Think I'm live. I think I'm here. Hey guys. Rory is here. It is time. It is time for more developer commentary. I just noticed these comments here. Live in 3 hours? Must be a sign that Half-Life 3 is confirmed. Now, we listened to this node at the end of the last one, but I don't remember what it said.
Airboat wreckage.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, apparently originally they had planned for you when you fell down the huge dam that you'd awake in the wreckage of the airboat. But instead they decided to keep it alive. Apparently people were disappointed that it got destroyed. So now it still exists, and one day we may get it back. I highly doubt it. Yo, Black Mesa East, yeah. We're in it's Black Mesa East time. Nice, yeah. Welcome to the stream, guys.
Alex and Mossman. In our early plans for Half-Life 2's narrative, we wanted to take on the challenge of doing something less explicitly game-focused. Not just a story about the obviously good player defeating the obviously evil enemies. Instead, we aimed to focus on characters and their relationships. We thought it would be interesting to explore family as a central dynamic unit of Half-Life 2. The tension between Alex and Mossman emerged from that idea, and we liked it because it felt relatable, something players could understand and empathize with.
Yeah. What I find interesting is you see Mossman
We've got something.
at the start, but she doesn't say anything
Okay, it's human.
until this
Hello?
stage.
Take it easy in there. You're safe now. You'll have to forgive the scanning process. We can't take any chances.
Just look.
Dr. Freeman? Gordon Freeman? Is that you? You've made it here this quickly. Well, Eli is going to be amazed, not to mention relieved. I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident. Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they were at the top of their field. Ah, there we go. You can come through now. I'll take you down to Eli right away. He would never forgive me if I kept you waiting.
Yeah. You actually see Mossman in the screens that
certainly use the extra help
that you see Eli in and stuff, and Alex.
But things would go so much
And when
faster
you're
if
teleporting.
we were with your training. We're closing in on a reliable local
But she doesn't start talking until now.
The Combine still hasn't mastered. Eli thinks
Gordon
their portals are
Freeman.
string-based, similar to our Calabi-Yau model, but they've failed to factor in the dark energy equations. They can tunnel through from their universe, but once they're here, they're dependent on local transportation. If they knew what we were doing with entanglement...
Yeah, I don't really do physics anymore. I do.
Listen to me, I sound like a postdoc.
I do shoot, bang, bang.
I'm just so excited to think that we'll finally have the chance to work together. Where was I? Oh, yes. Dr. Kleiner compressed the Zen relay far beyond anything he imagined at Black Mesa. We figured out how to use Zen as an unexpressed axis. Effectively, a
I love the chef
dimensional
autogrants.
slingshot, so we can swing around the border world and come back in local space without having to pass through. Oh, here's Eli now.
All right, good.
And I'm gonna have to interrupt a bunch of dialogue here.
Eli, look who I found in the airlock.
Gordon Freeman. Let me get a look at you, man. My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it? Now, let's see. The last time I saw you, I sent you up for help after the resonance cascade. I never thought it would take you this long to get back to me. Welcome to the lab, anyway. It's not Black Mesa, but it served us well enough.
It's going to be a lot more like Black Mesa with Gordon here to help.
Right you are. MIT graduates are few and far between these days. We'll get you out of that hazard suit and back into your lab coat where you belong.
Let me just finish up some work and I'll see what I can dig up. Dr. Freeman?
Yeah.
It's been a real honor. I'm looking forward to working together.
To think that we are just like a freaking
Feel
scientist.
free to look around.
That we really shouldn't have been. Like, the fact that Gordon was being used as a lab test not test subject, but he was being made to go into the equipment and do stuff with the hazard suit. Gordon was a graduate of MIT with a degree in theoretical physics. Like, he should have been one of the scientists in the lab coats, not someone in a hazard suit. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna listen to these.
Eli's lab. We built Eli's lab after Dr. Kleiner's, which gave us a better understanding of how to set up and design effective choreo scenes. As a result, we were able to create a more complex scenario with more opportunities for it to respond to the player.
Yeah.
Having multiple characters doing their own thing around the room made staging tricky, and it took a lot of iteration and playtesting to get it to run smoothly. Our experience showed that, generally, players wanted to play along with the scene. They just needed enough subtle clues to know where we wanted them. Similarly, if they got distracted, the scene had to gently pause and wait for them to return.
I believe he broke your record, honey.
Well, he earned it. I guess you proved you can handle yourself out there.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the possible exception of you.
Dad, please.
Yeah, I'm just gonna listen to these
Take a look
and
at
not.
this, Gordon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we gotta do this. We gotta do this real quick. Okay, no, we actually don't have to. I feel like this is a bit of a slap in the face. It's like, this is kind of what we were supposed to do in the... It's like a miniature anti-mass spectrometer. But, like, this one's actually working. Unlike the one we were... This one's, like, stable.
We want to put this dense chunk of visual story here because it's the place the game is most explicit at telling players to explore space. Even though its primary job is world building, we still take strides to highlight the relationship between Eli and Breen, giving context to the world's central conflict.
Calculation error, not a mechanical problem.
Then maybe you should let me do the calculations next time as well as installing it.
Alex, really? Sometimes I think you deliberately misunderstand me.
Alex, why don't you take Gordon along and give him some practice with the gravity gun?
Sure. Come on, Gordon. Let's go have some fun.
The zero-point energy field manipulator is not a toy, Alex.
Ugh, let's get out of here.
Anyway, before I do...
Hugs and pickups. Sometimes even little things can be a nightmare to get working. For example, getting a character to hug another character, or even more simply, just to pick up an object from a table, can cause a lot of issues.
Yes.
Even worse, in our dynamic environment, where the characters and objects aren't in preset positions, and the player's running around getting in the way, these require a level of synchronization that can be quite tricky.
Yeah.
They're made harder because humans handle them without thinking. As you're moving to the table to pick up a cup, you're doing all kinds of preparation with your body to get your feet and hands in the right position, to be allowed to do it comfortably. Everything ready right when you get there. If you're moving in to hug somebody, you're both doing it at the same time, adjusting constantly based on each other's movement. To get these features to work in the game involved a lot of synchronization work, making characters aware of each other and the world, and at the same time, getting them to know more about their future plans. It's tempting to want to pick up a cup example into discrete steps. Walk to the table, face cup, pick up a cup, because it's much simpler that way, and it makes the steps nicely reusable. But that's how robots work, not humans. Our characters had to know they were moving to a table with the intention to pick up a cup, so they could work on multiple parts of it simultaneously, making sure their hand grabs the cup right when they get there. With two characters, it's even more of a negotiation. Both need to agree where and when it's going to happen, and everything needs to happen in place in a seamless fashion. While these moments of simple interaction with their characters in the world are often short, they were critical to making them seem like believable people.
Yeah, no, doing what they did where Alex and Eli are like standing side by side and like giving the side hug and a kiss on the cheek and stuff. Freaking nightmare of like
Feel free
programming.
to look around. Balancing the player's desire to explore with the narrative goals of the scene was always a challenge. We wanted the room to be full of interesting things to look at, but many players wouldn't explore until they were sure they wouldn't miss any of the character performances. That's why it was important for Eli to tell the player to look around midway through the scene.
Yeah, take a look around.
It signaled that it was safe to explore. From there, we could trigger a variety of custom mini-scenes based on what caught the player's interest.
Yeah, I tried to trigger this one because I never get this one to trigger normally. And it annoys me that there's no like moment where it's like, when you're ready, go over here so you can continue to explore and still get those mini scenes. Because yeah, I've managed to get this one to trigger a few times, and I've managed to get this one to trigger, I think, once. But, yeah, this one is super hard to get to trigger. The one that like, where Eli talks about Alex bringing this home one day and not knowing what it is or something. Yeah.
So I see you've met Dr. Mossman. She's one of the main reasons I spend so much time outside. You should hear her drone on about how it should have been her in the Black Mesa test chamber that day. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking behind her back. It just gets a bit claustrophobic down here.
Okay, yeah, before we go any further.
Mossman. Judith Mossman was originally based on a character we had planned for a section of Half-Life 1. That section was cut from the base game and reused in updates,
right, yes,
but without the character. We consider her the most complex character in Half-Life 2. We knew we'd be walking a tightrope with how the player felt about her even before Nova Prospect, because the player's trusted sources don't agree. Eli likes her, but Alex doesn't. We recognized there was a limit to how much complexity we could pull off in relationships, but we felt that a stepmother-daughter dynamic was something players would understand. Whether or not you agree with Mossman, she's doing something heroic. She risks being a double agent to get the information she needs to protect Eli and Alex. She just didn't plan for
That's the passage to Ravenholm. We don't go there anymore.
And no further explanation. Yeah. And I feel like because we didn't get episode 3,
So, here we are.
still not 100% on
This is the gravity gun
Mossman
my
and
father was
her
talking about.
motivations.
You can call it the zero-point energy field manipulator if you really want to. It's designed for handling hazardous materials, but we mainly use it for heavy lifting. Give it a try.
That handoff is super
The primary
interesting.
trigger emits a charge. You can punch stuff and send it flying. I found it handy for clearing minefields.
Let's go.
Character lighting. In the first year of development, we were struggling to get our characters to feel as realistic as we wanted them to. There were actually quite a number of different problems, all of which eventually required specific technological and artistic improvements to fix. The first major problem was lighting. At the time, lighting technology in games had many shortcuts, some due to performance, but many due to misunderstandings of how it all works. To make characters look good at the time, models and textures had to be created with much of their lighting solution baked into them, like shadows and glossiness. The characters looked cool, but they also looked like video game characters. We started building Alex with this approach, because that was how you were supposed to do it. We used the bake solutions and lit her like a movie actor, essentially as if she had a custom lighting rig that followed her around and ensured she always looked good. But it didn't really work. The range of lighting environments and the dynamic nature of video games meant that she'd look great in some environments, but always end up looking terribly unrealistic at some point. We tried iterating on our lighting rig, increasing its capabilities, but eventually it felt like we were at a dead end. Returning to the drawing board, we decided to try a different approach. We built her and the lighting and the textures from the ground up, throwing everything away, focusing on not on what we wanted her to look like under ideal lighting, but on how things were supposed to work in the real world. It might seem obvious, but it wasn't how it was done, at least not in video games. When looked at outside the game's renderer, these models and textures actually looked worse than the previous versions, but we managed to methodically pull out all the shortcuts and misconceptions about how light and texture and graphics cards worked and put it all back together. After all that was done, when we were finally able to look at Alex in-game with her new models and textures in a dynamic environment that kept her visually consistent at all times, well, she looked great. Totally seamless and part of the Half-Life 2 world.
Yeah. No, that's the thing, is like, lighting and stuff at this time.
Grab something with your secondary trigger, then press the same trigger again to
at this time, this kind of lighting on character models was like revolutionary.
Facial technology. We wanted players to care about our characters, and to even have a chance at achieving that. We knew we had to invest a lot of technology for our characters' faces. It's well understood that humans are wired to pay attention to faces, subconsciously reading all kinds of information from them, so it's an extremely high bar, and if we couldn't reach it, we'd probably push players away from our characters, not towards them as we hoped. We started out doing a lot of research. It was not heartening. The best examples we could find weren't anywhere near close to being able to be run in real time, while the best real-time ones weren't close to the quality we wanted. We wanted to look as good as an animated movie, but they often took hours to render frames and were totally linear, authored by up to 100 animators, whereas ours had to be dynamic. A character might be trying to speak dialogue or a facial move derived from a player's actions and created by just a handful of artists. These requirements eventually led us to Dr. Paul Ekman's facial acting coding system, a system for taxonomizing human facial movements done back in the 1970s. It gave us a vocabulary for describing facial movements throughout our tools and code, and a target to aim for when designing our characters' faces. With it as a framework, we started a many-year process of iterating on how we built faces and heads of our characters. Where others had tried taking bits of Ekman's work, we wanted to try to use it all. That meant a lot of time spent figuring out how to do each piece within the tight performance constraints we had. But we also spent a lot of time just looking at people and faces, trying to find the extra features that would add the most value, like skin elasticity, teeth shadowing. In the end, while we weren't able to do everything we wanted, we did manage to get the pieces we thought were the most important to a convincing facial performance level on our characters.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we've looked at a little bit of with the face modeling stuff already with this
eye shader
developer commentary.
Another critical part of getting character faces to be convincing was in the eyes. Humans are great at reading eyes. There's a part of your brain dedicated to it, down to knowing where somebody's looking based on the reflections on the eyeballs. But there are all kinds of subtleties that matter. Eyes aren't actually spheres. Eyelids get distorted by the cornea moving around underneath. Eye movement can increase the odds of blinking. Eyes don't actually line up directly behind the pupil. They're shifted slightly. All these little details might feel small or unnoticeable, but the absence hurts the believability of the character. We worked on eyes for a long time, iterating our eyeball model and feature set little by little. Some things required external interfaces, like what things in the environment were interesting to look at, where others were automatic, at a subconscious level in the AI, like blinking, an obvious requirement, but one that's subtly confusing if it's wrong. Eye reflections had a particularly large impact. They're ultimately a tiny amount of real estate on the screen, but the difference they made was enormous. We knew we were finally done when we reached the point where, with our eye shader off, a character looked like a doll, human-like, but unconvincing in some way that was hard to describe. But when we turned it on, suddenly it felt like a human was looking at us.
That's something I've never thought of before. Never thought about. The eye reflections.
Moving the gravity gun. When the gravity gun was first prototyped, we planned to give it to the player midway through the game. But as playtesting progressed, we saw the strength of its design and realized the gravity gun, and more importantly, the ability to launch saw blades at zombie faces, needed to come earlier. That meant Eli's lab also needed to move earlier too. It was a significant change, but it was crucial to Half-Life 2's success. It serves as a good reminder that storytelling and gameplay are intertwined, and neither can always take priority. They have to work together.
Yeah. Interesting that they had originally planned to give it to the player later in the game, though. I suppose it's a bit like the weapons and stuff they had in mind for, or they had for Half-Life 1.
Now let me call Dog. He loves to play fetch. Dog! Come!
This introduction to a character.
Good doggy. Gordon, this is Dog. My dad built him to protect me when I was a kid. First model was about yay high. I've been adding to him ever since. Haven't I, boy? Okay, Dog, let's play catch with Gordon. You'll need to use the gravity gun. Go ahead, Dog. Throw! Good catch! Throw another, Dog.
Risk. Looking back on Half-Life 2 now, 20 years later, it's sobering to reflect on how terrifying it was throughout much of the development. Game development is hard. You never really get what you'd like to have, which is be able to validate risk before you start to pile more on top of it. For example, our facial animation technology, it took probably 3 or 4 years of work before we were confident it was actually going to work, but we couldn't wait until then. In that first year, we immediately started making all kinds of other choices in our game design, our asset production, and our other technologies, all based on the assumption that our facial animation technology was going to work in the end, from a quality and performance standpoint. If it hadn't, many of those other choices wouldn't have worked either. That the same risk profile is true of other large choices we made early on. We can't wait. We just have to build and hope that our guesses will be true years from now. Terrifying.
Yeah. Involving any software. But yeah, in this case, there's a lot of new tech going on at this time. I forget where you need to stand to get this to go in. I always remember enjoying.
Tell you who'd be fetching, did
I always remembered I liked throwing it in there.
Sweet. Where's your ball, Dog? Throw it, Dog.
What the? I've never seen Dog throw that instead.
Okay, Gordon, let's try something else. Dog, throw something bigger.
Yeah, he picks up the freaking vehicle. Doesn't it? Or was it the... No, it was the bin?
No, Dog. No, no, boy. Down. Put that down. What is it, Dog? Oh my god, what was that? Scanners! Combine sweeping the area. Gotta head back.
Get the hell out of here.
Dad! Alex, do you read?
Alex! Honey,
What's going on in there?
where are you, Alex?
We're in the scrapyard airlock, stuck in a full auto cycle.
Is Gordon still with you?
He's right here.
Good. I want you to
Dad?
take
Dude.
Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through rape.
Dad? Dad! Damn it! Dog, open the airlock. Get us out of here.
Getting trapped.
Hurry!
Just saying I kids like the video that you could do it.
Get it open! That's enough, Dog. Come on, Gordon.
A little wider, please. Thank you. I've always thought that was BS. Because I'm like inside it when
Gordon,
it
you
falls.
need to get out of here. I can't leave my father. Dog, take Gordon to the Ravenholm tunnel, then circle around and try to meet up with me. Hurry!
Do not go to Raven. Let's go to Ravenholm. Bye, dog. See ya. Gordon Freeman, is that you? Crowbar. Sticking out, yeah. I just noticed that comment. I realized that was from ages ago, but still. Yeah, didn't you say in a Cats of Liquid video that you could do just streams because it was mentally draining? So I'm not sure that you might not have. No, when's the last time you've uploaded a vid? Yeah, no, it's I mean, to be fair, the Cats of Liquid video, those videos were made a long time ago. That was back when I would stream once a week, and I would otherwise do videos the rest of the week. That is true. Like that is a thing. Like this music. Hold up. Let's just pause it for a second because it's quite loud. I will say, yeah, no. Back then, I did have that opinion that it's like videos are good because I can kind of, I don't have to play it up as much. I don't have to be constantly present as much. And I could take breaks. I could, if like 5 minutes in something happens, I could just pause the recording, go deal with it, and then come back. Or if I was feeling like, if emotionally I was not feeling up to it at all, I could, like, if I could, start a recording, realize that I'm really not emotionally available for it, and I could just, like, turn off the equipment, go back to sleep, go back, have a day, have time to myself. But and that still is true. Like, that is still a factor I have to worry about with streams. If I'm not feeling like I'm going to be able to be present for 4 hours straight, then I need to be able to, that's often why I don't stream every day, even when I have, I'm on a 2-week break. These 2 weeks I don't have any work lined up, but, I've already planned out when I plan to stream, and I'm not planning to stream every day. Pretty much every other day, at this rate. But, yeah, last break, I streamed, like, twice the whole break or something, and it's because, still, if I'm not in an emotionally available place or state, then I have to, when it comes to streaming, I have to just give myself the space and time to recover, streaming is very, very different from recording videos. But the difference, the other side of it, is that recording videos, I have to spend the time recording, but then I also have to spend the time editing and uploading and thumbnails and stuff like that. I still have to do thumbnails for streams, but I have to spend so much more time thinking about the YouTube side of it, whereas streaming is very, singularly focused, I suppose. Whereas recording videos, there's so many little details I have to think about. Yeah, length of video. You have to do your intro and outro. You have to have your editing, and the editing takes way longer than the recording does. And then, yeah, even if you did super simple editing, which I did, it's still at least as long as the recording time, but then usually you have to do little cuts and little tweaks, and so if you're one of those kinds of people, you put memes and edits and stuff in it, and it takes way longer than the video itself did to record. And then rendering time, that takes time for the video to render, and all the while the video is rendering, usually you're doing your thumbnails and your other stuff, and usually your thumbnails, at least personally, I spent a lot longer doing thumbnails back when I was doing videos, because you want each thumbnail for each video to reflect something in the video. With streams, I don't know what's going to happen, so I make a generic thumbnail for all the streams for a series, and so that saves a huge amount of time. I could go back and do thumbnails for the streams, but I don't tend to do that. There's a lot more time and effort that goes into the post-production, I suppose. And then, back when I was doing videos every day, like, a good 80-90% of my time was spent recording, editing, uploading, thumbnails, stuff. It was a full-time job. The only reason I'm able to continue streaming now is that I have a job that I have breaks, and I'm able to stream in those breaks, basically. Yeah. Anyway, let's listen to
As we
these.
finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab just wasn't working. It was far too abrupt. Eli's lab connected directly to the streets of the town where you'll be shortly, and the section you're standing in didn't exist. We had just made this promise at the end of Eli's lab: we don't go there anymore. And we liked the overall build-up we'd created. But when the player got to Ravenholm, they were immediately dropped into combat with zombies without any room for tension building. So we built this section and the subsequent tight corridors to address that in a way we were happy with. We slowed the pacing, focused on art and lighting, got you ready to experience why we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
And this little sign, like, you're now entering Ravenholm. Perfect.
Ravenholm Gameplay Focus. After watching many playtests of Ravenholm, we knew the core gameplay of the level revolved around the gravity gun and physics. Once equipped with that knowledge, we felt we could appropriately build the transition into Ravenholm and help the player learn and understand a bit about what the upcoming experience would be. This happens often. We build the level track, figure out what's working, and then design its prologue. We built the following set of rooms with that table setting in mind. The brutality of the tools we provide the player seemed to aid in setting the mood we were striving for, helping to shift the tone from the safety of Eli's lab to something darker and more frightening.
Bringing physics to the enemies. The physics traps in Ravenholm were some of the first gameplay elements in the level that we were really happy with, but they lacked player agency. It was the saw blades that helped us figure out what Ravenholm was truly about. With saw blades, the player was able to bring physics to the zombies instead of leading zombies into the physics. Once we had that understanding, Ravenholm evolved rapidly. We kept combing through the map, looking for anything, especially anything unusual, that could be turned into a tool or weapon for the player.
Player tools. By this point in the game, players have a lot of experience with Half-Life 2's physics, but they've just received the gravity gun, which provides a whole new way to interact with the physics objects in the game. We iterated on a variety of the physics objects that the player could play with, things like saw blades, the catapults, explosive canisters, traps, spears, and so on, and honed in on the ones that worked well with the physics gun and cut the ones that didn't. Then we went about stripping the levels of ammunition items so that the player had to rely on these objects to survive.
Yeah. Oh god. Damn it. Just hunt it until it dies. Apparently all enemies used to be puntable. And so they had a playtester. Actually, that might be coming up. That might be one of these nodes coming up.
It was said they had become like these peculiar demons which dwell in matter, but in whom no life may be found.
Contrived setups. There's a pretty obvious contrivance in a bunch of the gravity gun and physics object training. The player pulls a saw blade out of the wall with the gravity gun, and right on cue, a zombie stumbles around the corner, just begging to have a saw blade launched at it. Then the player crawls under a spinning blade trap to turn it off, and suddenly 3 zombies appear, taunting the player to switch the trap back on. We didn't have much time to iterate on this section, so we needed setups that worked for all players, not more open-ended ones that relied on them making the right move. While this kind of design has the potential to reduce players' creativity, in this case, we found that they didn't seem to mind that we forced their hand a little bit.
Paint cans. Once we started to succeed at making the gravity gun and physics gameplay the core of the Ravenholm experience, we started to go through the levels and look for objects that we might have overlooked as we were busy working with the really aggressive things like saw blades and exploding canisters. One of the things we found was the paint can, and it was simple enough for us to sort of reinforce player expectations by having the paint can splatter paint on the zombies when you threw one at them.
Alright. I always thought it was funny that they had that feature.
Ravenholm's development. We began developing Ravenholm early in the production of Half-Life 2, so it went through more than one full development pass. The first version predated the gravity gun, with gameplay focused on traditional zombie combat using guns and some of the physics traps. We even planned to showcase Ravenholm at E3 in 2002, but the game was ultimately unveiled a year later in 2003. By that point, we had invested heavily in Ravenholm's art, something which we generally avoid until the gameplay is fully proven. So once we went back to Ravenholm with the gravity gun mechanic in mind, we were working with a lot of pre-existing level geometry that had been designed with a very different gameplay goal in mind.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that... Oh. Oh, okay, I see. You you chatted. You were saying that was the 16th chat. Yep. Yeah, No, there's something I've always found interesting is that the very first time we saw anything Ravenholm related, it was at that demo on E3, where they were showing off the physics, but it was Combine. Pardon me, the Ravenholm was full of Combine, not zombies.
Misteaching flinches. Another memorable playtest and example of the danger of misteaching players occurred in Ravenholm. One of our design principles is for the game to respond to the player as much as possible. So when designing the gravity gun, it seemed obvious that if the player pointed it at a zombie and pulled the trigger, something should happen. It was simple enough to make it zap the zombie for a tiny amount of damage, causing the zombie to play its flinch animation, which felt good and responsive. Later, we watched a playtest where the tester discovered this interaction immediately upon arriving in Ravenholm, and interpreted it as a feedback that the gravity gun was hurting the zombie. Which it was, just not very much. So they zapped the zombie again, repeatedly, shocking it over and over until it died.
I was about to mention this.
This is a slow, unfun, inhumane way to fight zombies, especially where you're surrounded by saw blades and explosive canisters. Having learned our lesson, we removed that flinch animation, even though it meant losing that interaction between the zombie and the gravity gun. In this case, it was better to not have the simple interaction, rather than give the false impression that the gravity gun was an effective way to fight zombies. Even simple principles can require trade-offs when you get into the details.
Yeah. I was just about to mention this out loud before, when I suddenly thought, oh, I bet I heard about that because of this, the developer commentary. Just let the developer commentary say it.
Grigori Plaza. This open plaza is one of the areas that was fully detailed in our first development pass, and when we returned to it, we wanted to preserve as much of the existing art as possible while designing a new player path that used all 3 dimensions, moving players up and down, through windows, across rooftops, and between buildings. It wasn't a large space, so we had to squeeze as much track out of it as possible, and since that started as an art-focused area, it was light on gameplay and we needed to address that playtesters tended to fly right through it. And to top that off, it was already pushing our rendering performance budget with little room left for anything new. The challenge became finding small additions to slow the player down by adding threats around corners and into every nook and cranny of the level.
Yeah, so they ended up making this mini arena of sorts. Hello.
What? Who is this? Another life to save?
Another life to save?
I have my eye on you. More than that, I cannot promise.
Can you shoot these guys? No? Okay.
Fire trap. This fire trap was originally intended as a visual showpiece for the fire system before a level designer repurposed it as a gameplay element for Ravenholm. It was almost cut many times during development due to the performance impact on the low-end PCs because of all the overdraw involved with the transparent sprites. In the end, there was a programmer who felt that it was important enough to the gameplay that it was worth doing the work to solve the performance issues and make sure we could get it into the game.
Wait, is this...
Grigori Plaza.
Oh, the guy who did... I was like, who's Jim French? The guy who did Grigory. Oh. And Bill from Left 4 Dead. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, actually, Jim French being attached to Bill, that's way more somewhere in my brain. Yeah. That's the thing, is that's what's so sad, is that because of the fact that, oh wait, I'll just wake him up. Because of the fact that it's taken them so long to do future Half-Life stuff, the voice actors and stuff are dying. they're slowly becoming unavailable for one reason or another. Eli's voice actor, Grigory's voice actor. Yeah, the little TF2 voice acting community. That is cool. Yeah, they've got like a little family of sorts going on. Fun fact, the face of Gregory was based on one of the 3D artists. Oh. Huh. I saw earlier that John Patrick Lowry and Jim French did a lot of radio collaborations when Jim was alive. Oh, really? Unless if they use AI to bring back some of the voices. Yeah, as Maddie said, like I don't think they would. And I'm glad that it would seem like they probably, you know, that's unlikely to happen. Oh, let's just go. Okay.
Hallway cupboards. These junk-filled hallways were a simple solution to our need to slow the player down. With the constraint of preserving as much of the existing geometry as possible, combined with slow-moving zombies as the main enemy, it was tricky to stop players from just sprinting through here. Luckily, having Grigori as the crazed inhabitant of Ravenholm made these setups easy to justify. It makes good sense that he'd clog the stairwell to keep himself safe on the rooftops. In the end, Grigori's solution and ours were one and the same. Just throw a bunch of furniture in the way, because if it stops zombies, it'll probably slow the player down too.
Yeah. Good point. Gordon is a zombie, confirmed. Do I bother? Nah. Oh crap. Went a little further away than I intended. I never usually use grenades here. It's fun.
Poison head crabs.
This room unintentionally introduces poison head crabs. We'd spent a lot of time crafting their proper introduction later in the level, but once we saw how well they were playtesting, our excitement got the better of us.
Oh no, I haven't seen
we
that.
Scattered them throughout the level. By the time we realized they'd appeared before their intro, it was really too late to rework it. Fortunately, a tight room of poison head crabs works as decent training, because their design avoids a common issue with combat training. Typically, players are stressed, and they can get frustrated if they die repeatedly without understanding why. And sure enough, we encountered that problem when trying to train the player with both poison head crabs and their source, the poison zombie. However, poison head crabs can't kill the player by themselves, so while stressful, a room full of them at least avoids that frustration.
Yeah, no, that's a really unique element with the just specifically poison head crabs.
Even with all the work we did to try and make a connection between this lever and the outside electric fence in the player's minds,
Yeah.
some testers would still flip the lever and not know what they'd done. They'd even wander around, flip the lever back on, and wander around some more. With not much time to spend on making the connection clearer, we elected to just have the lever break off. This prevented players from undoing their progress and added to the feeling that Ravenholm was an unreliable and decaying environment.
I love that idea, though, that it's like they're trying desperately to be like, it undoes the electricity. Go back to the electricity wall. What's funny, what I think is funny, what I find interesting, is that I remember getting to this point when I first played it.
Well done, brother.
And I never remember having trouble understanding what I'd done.
Fall in them yourself. Behind you. In Ravenholm, you do well to be vigilant.
We all went to Ravenholm. When fans talk to us about Half-Life 2, Ravenholm is often the most remembered section. Thanks to its multiple development passes and the density of the material in it, more members of the team are represented in Ravenholm than anywhere else. It was where we figured out how to apply our artistic pipeline to the set pieces and mood we wanted, how physics and gameplay combined with the gravity gun, how headcrabs and zombies need to evolve for Half-Life 2, and much more. Looking back on it now, it reassures our belief in individual empowerment over centralized design. Ravenholm is dense, highly efficient in its gameplay and artistic execution, and the sum of many small contributions by individuals who understood how they could push it just a little further with their own unique capabilities.
I can't eat these without it picking up on the microphone. It came to mind because David Spare, here is a moment where he jokes about working on the poison zombie, being excited to see the player experience it. Of course, the runner jumps right past it. I like the part where the speedrunner managed to trigger no clip without the use of the console command.
Car crushers. These car crushers required some adjustments and quite a bit of work to our physics damage system. There's always a challenge when big physics objects interact with non-player characters. For instance, if the physics can push the NPC, it might shove them somewhere they're not supposed to go, leaving them unable to recover. This isn't a big issue for something like a head crab, which can just hop out of a tricky situation, but for something like a zombie, it could mean they get stuck and end up helpless, flailing away in whatever gap they manage to wedge themselves into, which kind of kills the survival horror mood we're going for here.
Yeah.
Car Crusher lifts. Getting the car crushers to lift the player was also tricky. See, the player is always being simulated by both the physics system and the game's movement system. Each time we update the player's state, we compare the results from both systems and decide which one is right, then sync them up and repeat. This allows the two systems to influence each other. Like when the player stands on a seesaw, the physics lets the board give way, or when they stand on the car crusher, it lifts them up. While more complex, this dual system approach was easier to tune than trying to handle both physics and player movement in a single system. By keeping them separate, we could fine-tune the player movement system to feel good on its own, only reconciling the two when physics was affecting the player.
Honestly, the way they did it, I think the Source engine has one of the most satisfying player movement systems I can think of in a game. Oh god. Well, that backfired. Almost literally.
It is you, brother. I apologize. My bullets are the least of your concerns.
I always found it annoying you couldn't make it across on the rooftop here. Oh god.
Pacing switch. Now that the player's through the training section, we can start shifting the pacing from moody, claustrophobic spaces to more combat-focused action arenas. With the player familiar with the various physics tools in the environment, we can start mixing those into open spaces and just give the player the freedom to choose their approach.
Yeah, I've always thought of this part of the game, this part of the game as being the part where this part of Ravenholm as being this part, god damn it, being the part where it starts to shift into,
I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength.
you know, it's up to the player to play it how they want to.
Tables and bodies. Towards the end of Ravenholm's production, with all the major pieces in place, we went through and tried to fill out every bit of empty space with something interesting. In doing so, we had to be careful to use what we already had and not create anything new, as we couldn't risk introducing more bugs. Often, as in this room, we were trying to add new moments of gameplay, while also adding more detail and storytelling to the area. Small scenes like this allow an attentive player to think about what they're seeing and what it might mean for what they'll encounter next.
I've always found it strange that they put a load screen in here, because I've had issues where the zombies like aren't synchronized properly between the levels, and you end up loading into a bunch of zombies. Oh god.
Fast Zombie Introduction. This space was another area originally built for E3 2003, where it showcased the player fighting against a squad of Combine soldiers.
Yeah.
When we returned to use it to introduce the Fast Zombie, we tried to keep as much of the previous work as possible. We wanted an iconic moonlit shot with zombies leaping past the moon like werewolves to draw the player's eye. Once that beat is over, we introduce the first Fast Zombie to the player space and send it at them. It took a lot of iteration to find the right balance of lighting for the scene to look good, while ensuring it also worked for the gameplay goals.
Seeing it used for Combines and then seeing it reused for this, it's so weird to see how effective it is for both. Because it definitely doesn't feel like it's a space designed for anything in particular. Like, it's got all these dead-end spaces around. Like, it's this, like, whole section of a town. And you can just run around and not do the progression the way you're supposed to. Like it's a battle arena. No? I was gonna say, is he gonna set himself on fire? He walked through the fire, but didn't set himself on fire. Yeah, and there's like the section where you can see where Gregory is gonna come back out and talk to us, and we go across this like thing here. Yeah. I find it so odd to me. It's so odd to me that I
Physics
always
object consistency.
immediately go the right way.
All physics objects have a variety of parameters that define their behavior. Their
Love the classic
mass,
thumb.
the amount of damage they take
Stock
before breaking,
sounds.
what they break into, and so on. During development, these parameters were specified by level designers for each item, which is how most things in the game worked. But later in development, we realized we'd created a problem for ourselves. There were thousands of physics objects in the game, and no method to ensure consistency across them. As a result, a cardboard box might break apart with a single pistol shot in one level, and be completely invulnerable in another. Internally, we generally referred to these inconsistencies as level designer crimes. To fix these, and to deliver some justice, we built a system that enforced consistency on all physics objects based on their visual model. Since most of the game had already been built, we were forced to allow level designers to explicitly opt out of this system for rare edge cases where they needed to do something criminal to preserve what they'd designed. Internally, we refer to these designers as recidivists, some of whom perpetuate their life of crime at Valve to this day.
That's really funny. Because you see it all throughout the game.
Here, brother. Come
Like,
closer.
we had it earlier on in this playthrough.
Man after my own heart.
The box
Here
that's going
I
out the
have a
window.
more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch. Good. Now
Where
keep it close. My
the
advice
first
to you
box
is
that you throw out the
aim
window
for the
breaks
head.
on touch.
Hush. They come. There is no rest.
The second one doesn't.
Move on and I will
Second,
get you
third,
off the
fourth,
jet.
fifth, the rest don't. Okay. Okay. I do love the shotgun in this game. Ow. What have I done? Damn.
Poison Zombie Introduction.
Constraining the player in a tight space while providing them with a view outward is a useful way to increase the chances that they'll notice something we want them to see. Here, we draw the player's attention with the sound of a wail before the poison zombie itself becomes visible. Originally, this encounter was also the first time
whale?
players faced poison headcrabs, but as mentioned in an earlier node, we got far too enthusiastic in proliferating poison headcrabs around the level and ended up spoiling their joint introduction here. In the end, however, these first encounters worked better as separate instances anyway.
Ow.
Minor lacerations detected. Warning. Blood toxin.
I almost never get hit by those guys.
Emergency. User death imminent. Seek medical attention.
That's the sound of a whale? I would never have guessed. Thought it was like a camel. I thought it was like a warped camel or something. Every time I hear Kelly, I think of that talk he did about VR doors. Right, yes. They were watching the talk expecting an announcement. Yeah. I remember that talk. I remember the news around that talk. People were like, oh my god, they're talking about VR doors. I mean, it was a fascinating talk because, yeah, they were talking about, like, how difficult it is to get an object in VR to react, first of all, to the player hand. In a like realistic way, but then to also be chained, to be anchored to something physically. Yeah, so it doesn't like hit the player in the face. So it's so easy in VR to accidentally hit yourself in the face with a door. Some guy in the Q&A name dropped HLVR and Kelly awkwardly laughed at lol, poor guy, yeah. Oh! Whale, not whale. Because he just said like the sound of a whale, or he said something. The way he said it, I just was like, that's a whale noise.
Gamma correction. Our game engine has a rendering system that's responsible for taking the entire state of the game and calculating a color value for every pixel on your screen to represent that state. But code and software from other people are involved in the process of calculating those pixels as well. As an example, the software and hardware in your GPU and monitor. At one point during development, we were unhappy with how our characters looked. In particular, we thought that they looked waxy or sickly. Their skin was wrong. We spent some time tuning our lighting, but we just couldn't get both our characters and our world to look right. Luckily, we still had a fully featured software renderer, which allowed us to run the game without a GPU, because this was an era where many players still didn't have one. And looking at the game on that renderer, we noticed that our lighting didn't have the same problem. So we went through our code with a fine-tooth comb, trying to figure out where our rendering code was doing something wrong when it was working with a GPU. After failing to do so, we tried talking to the GPU manufacturers, asking them to double-check they weren't doing anything wrong with the pixel values we were passing them. That was the start of a long journey, and long story short, it was a journey of almost 2 years of back-and-forth communication with GPU manufacturers before we were able to convince them that they were doing gamma correction incorrectly in the low-level math on their cards. During this, we'd even had to build a system that validated the color values of an individual pixel throughout the entirety of our rendering pipeline. But eventually, at the end, we finally got new drivers back from them, and our characters immediately looked like they should, matching the software render.
That's really fascinating, actually. It's like, in our software rendering, it works totally fine, but in the hardware rendering, it doesn't. And it's not because anything they were doing. In fact, they were doing everything correctly, as you can tell by the fact the software rendering is working. The graphics card people were doing it wrong. Oops.
Playtester archetypes. Iteration and regular playtest were the lifeblood of Half-Life 2's production. Every week, we'd quietly watch over the shoulder of a player going through the section we were working on.
Had to read the
taking
subtitles,
notes on
right?
what worked and what didn't. It was important for us to test with a wide range of skill levels to be sure that we weren't making decisions that only worked for some. Over time, we learned to choose specific types of playtesters based on the development stage we were at. Early on, we used experienced gamers, usually teammates, who could handle rough, unfinished areas and were good at explaining their thought process. For combat testing, we'd find players of all skill levels, especially those creative in their usage with the tools. Finally, as sections became more polished, we'd focus on beginners, people who didn't play games much or weren't familiar with first-person shooters. Even if they weren't necessarily someone who might buy the game, we often learned something valuable from watching them.
And while their playtesting has become legendary, their use of like non-gamer playtesters has caused some unfortunate side effects. with some of their games.
At this point in Ravenholm, the player has learned all the gameplay elements available to them and can predict their interactions. This allows us to build more complex setups, providing a greater level of threat and more freedom in how the player can approach each scenario. This arena is a deliberately entwined space that the player will need to explore, and we use that exploration time to slowly ramp up combat intensity. The faster the player explores, the faster we ramp it up. The freeform nature of this design made it challenging to tune, given the large dynamic range in how players played through it.
Like me, just blasting through it. Like skipping all the enemy spawning and stuff. Ow!
Blood toxin levels detected.
Holy shit. I've never seen a more
Gamma
perfect.
correction. Our game engine has a rendering system that's responsible for taking the entire state
Holy
of the
shit.
game and calculating a color value for every pixel on your screen to represent that state. But code and
I've literally never seen it so perfect.
At
Did we
this
get to the
point
end
in
of this one?
Ravenholm, the player has
Yeah. That was beautiful. I didn't know they could throw that far, honestly.
Woe to thee!
Whoa. Ah! Run! Oh god. Shit. Like that, honestly. Loading screens where the zombies like in the loading screen. Oh. I double shot. Oh god. Okay, okay. Ah. Okay, we're safe. Briefly. Shit, I hope I didn't miss any nodes. When I skip large sections, I'm always like, shit. Didn't skip any nodes, did I?
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm,
once again,
they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending.
I didn't know this was able to start before you pulled the thing. Is it broken? Oh no, there we go. I was like, it's not moving yet, but the zombies are already running up the pipes. I thought somehow I had broken it by having the the node playing. That noise? Wait, pick up on what he said at the end there?
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces...
I didn't hear that part, no. Thank you for pointing that out, that's funny. How dare he speak ill of...
Handbrake, brother, release it and come down.
How dare he speak ill of Zen. My beloved Zen.
Greetings, brother.
Hello.
So we meet at last. You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation. I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines. As for me, a shepherd must tend to his flock, especially when they have grown
unruly. Again, how dare he speak ill of
Response rules.
Zen.
We knew early on that we wanted a lot of dynamic dialogue in-game, so we needed a system to handle it effectively. We aimed for a system that allowed sound designers to add and tweak lines without involving programmers, made the dialogue tightly responsive to the game's state, and minimized repetition. With these requirements, we created the response rules system. Whenever a character speaks outside of a choreographed scene, this system determines which line to deliver. Rather than picking up lines directly, character AI is constantly flagging opportunities for speech whenever a relevant event happens. Spotting the player, getting hurt, firing a last round in a gun, encountering overwhelming enemies, and so on. With each opportunity, it sends the response rules system a packet of data about the game's current state, and the system returns the most fitting dialogue line, if there is any. This setup allowed our sound designers to create a detailed decision matrix for dialogue. For example, a character might have a different set of lines for announcing a reload while under fire versus after the end of a fight, or if only one ally is left standing, or if there's a strider in sight, etc. By the time we shipped Half-Life 2, we felt we'd only scratched the surface of this system's potential. It became a core feature of Episode 1's Alex, and went on to power the dynamic dialogue in our later games, including TF2's classes and the cast of Left 4 Dead.
I was gonna say, it's a very Left 4 Dead thing. Oh, he was talking about Half-Life as a... I wasn't talking about Half-Life 1, I was talking about Half-Life as a whole. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense, honestly. I thought he was poking fun at Zen because everyone, you know, shits on Zen as being not a great ending. But yeah, no. That makes way more sense.
Final arena. Very late in the development of Half-Life 2, when we were reviewing the entire game for final improvement opportunities, we decided we did, in fact, want a real finale for Ravenholm. The rooftop fight wasn't enough. After some discussion, we chose to add this final fight through the graveyard with Grigori alongside the player. It was risky, development-wise, but we felt the game needed it. Since we were near the end of production, we had a mature set of gameplay tools to work with, but even more importantly, by this point, we understood our own game. Making a game is often a process of learning what it is you're actually creating. Why is our game fun? How is it different? What are the most important elements? As we built the game and watched playtesters go through it, we learned answers to those questions and, in turn, got better at making it. So the graveyard came together quickly and required far less iteration than many earlier areas of the game.
And that's what's so interesting about this as well, is that what I'd heard is that most, like, game development studios, there's this principle they talk about, which is that idea of, like, you make the first level of the game last. You make the very first stage of the game at the very end of development, because that way you can, you've developed your, you've developed all the core elements of your game. You've got the trajectory in mind of what you want the game to be about and where it needs to get to at the end. And so you leave the start to the very end of development so that you can make the very first scene super memorable and super, like, pull you in with all of the details of the game. Like, make it, like, this really impressive set piece so that it gears you up for what the rest of the game has on offer for you. But from what I understand, Valve doesn't do that. Valve never does that. They never design their first area last, seemingly. because they talk about all the different parts that they were working on and when, and like some of the stuff happening at the start of the game, that was happening early in development. So Valve doesn't work on it. They also don't work on it super linearly. They have like the cabals working simultaneously on different parts of the game, but like, yeah, they didn't tend to do that. They didn't have that same principle. That's a really, really common principle in the game industry. So yeah, I find that really interesting, because that's also how I've made games. I don't tend to make games where as an indie developer, I never really make games with that idea in mind of like, build the start of the game last so that you know what. Yeah, I tend to build things in the way that feels natural, which is to start at the start and then build your way through the game. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting thing to think about. You run ahead, they can't spawn in, because the places they spawn where normally they're under cover. Doesn't work.
Be free, my child. I remember your cruelty.
Yeah, there's also the tricks they use to allow the zombies to spawn in these areas. And if you know how it works, you can do things to avoid letting them spawn in. Literally can't even see. There he is. He did. Come on, Gregory. Good evening. Oh my god.
Come to the light. Follow me. Quickly, brother.
It's like, come on. Don't let the most see more spawns.
Where art thou, brother? Come to the light I carry. Come.
Fucking follow me.
Balm for your affliction, child.
What is he doing? Oh, hey! Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. Oh, God. Please fulfill your destiny. Thank you.
Hurry while I hold the gate.
And yeah, naturally.
Farewell, brother. I fear
Farewell.
I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path. Look to your own salvation.
And then he casually sets himself on fire. Yeah. Anyway, goodbye. Fare thee well. Into one of the more interesting sections of storytelling.
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
Nice. That was Dario Castali. He is a New Zealander. Dario Castali. That's what always freaks me out. Yeah, it never feels like I'm going the right way when I go down that path. I always feel like I'm like somehow cheating my way down. And yeah, it feels not comfortable. Okay. Now, is there a node down here in amongst all the head crabs? I can't see any. Oh. He of course immediately went the opposite way. Okay. Now, I need to time this right. There we go. Dealt with. Oh yeah, no, Dario Casali, he's a New Zealander. The Robin Walker is Australian and Dario Casali is a New Zealander. Okay, wait, am I mistaken? I could have sworn that was Dario Casali. Now I'm doubting myself. Ah. Oh, okay. Maybe he wasn't born in New Zealand, but his mum's a New Zealander? Maybe that's what it is? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, what I did know is that, yeah, he was an avid Doom mapper. Yeah, best known for his Doom community, best known in the Doom community, sorry, for his contributions to Final Doom. Yeah, I believe he was hired by Valve because of his mapping that he had done in Doom. Wait. I was looking at the Doom wiki. Let's have a look. Yeah, you went back to Doom a bit and played some community mods, which is fun. Right. As well, they was big into classic Doom, so it was fun to see. Yeah, that's interesting. Um, yeah, so yeah, Kim Casali was New Zealander. Oh. Sorry, I'm now looking into Kim Casali. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's, not that I even so you know you're in too deep. Yeah. I actually have no idea anymore whether no idea whether he was where Dario was born now. Yeah, his mom's a New Zealander, but it says here that she left New Zealand at age 19 to go traveling around Australia, the UK, and the US. And so I have no idea if Dario Casali ever even like lived in New Zealand at any point. So who knows? Anyway, let's keep going. Okay. I made it. I think it's one of the first times I've ever actually made it across without having to touch the floor here. Ow. Nice. Okay. Holy crap, I made it across here as well. That's a pretty rare occurrence for me. Okay, let's not land on the wood. Oh. Oh, okay. There's multiple times now where I've landed on the wood, and if you do, you take a whole lot of fall damage. I don't know if there's a... I doubt they'd put a note up there, but just in case. I won't worry about getting the... Yeah, I don't think so. I keep forgetting that I hate it in these early Half-Life 2 games. Half-Life 2 and Episode 1, I hate the fact that when you have your flashlight on, like, flashlight and oxygen use the same resource. I hate that. It's really annoying. Do you think Valve will bring back the long jump module? Maybe. I highly doubt it. But if there's a scenario in the next in the next piece of whatever the Half-Life media... Ow. 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 This playthrough I've been so blasé and I keep doing shit like that. 1 HP run, let's go! The box didn't even give me health. They give me fucking arrows or something that I already got. I already got this ammo for. I already have this ammo. Why does it keep giving it to me? Don't pick up health. I need it. cool by not picking up help. It's just, what was I saying? Shit, I completely forgot what I was saying. Oh, the long jump module thing. There's a scenario in which I could see Kleiner giving you a modified modern version of the long jump module. Like, he opens up an old dusty closet, pulls out the long jump module, and then, like, over the course of a brief period of time, he, like, modifies it to work with your new suit, the Mark V, you know, and you use that when you go back into Zen again, for whatever reason. But other than that, I doubt it. Or the modified module does something slightly different. Yeah, maybe it's more like a battering ram, and so therefore you use it in more
Rally. This section
normal
of game
scenarios.
track was added late in development, after we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game. Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working. In some cases, such as in Ravenholm, entire sections were moved. And then, after Ravenholm was relocated, we needed a new piece to connect it to the coast, which is the area you're entering now. Given the time constraints, this short section was built using existing, proven gameplay elements, like snipers and combine soldiers.
Right, so snipers weren't originally introduced here. Interesting. Just as a slight tangent, I won't go into this for too long, but something I've been doing in my normal life is I've had a 3D printer sitting in my living room for months, because there were these 3D printers at school that just weren't being used by the teachers whose it was, you know. Normal rorius time. Yeah. Yeah, the what I would call the graphics department, but is now known as DVC, or Design Visual Communication. Yeah, their department had these 3D printers just like sitting in a back office somewhere not being used, because the guy who bought them for the department no longer works at the school, and the person who replaced them had no interest in doing 3D 3D printing stuff, or it had no skill in it. Data version control, of course. Yeah. I never understood it, because, like, yeah, in my parents' days in school, it was called tech drawing or technical drawing. Then in my day, it was called graphics, because it's like architectural drawing and designing like logos or designing things on paper. But now they've kept the design part of it in the name, but it's now called Design and Visual Communication. Do you want to print my 3D likeness sculpt of you? It's, actually, yes. You should send me that 3D model and I'll try it. But yeah, I finally got it working. I finally got the 3D printer working. So I started by printing one of the default models, little boat. It's hard to see the finer details on this camera because of how wide it is, but I didn't clean it up or anything, so it's covered in little scuffs and stuff. But I got some new filament for the printer, and I printed something of my own making, or sort of. I got a part of this model online, and then I just modified it to work with the 3D printer. This is the Yuri logo from Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, and I made this myself. I printed this, got this printed myself. It's not too big. The printer doesn't print super large stuff, but I thought I did pretty well. I made this, I found this model mostly already made online, and I just tweaked a bunch of bits and pieces of it, because it was like a keychain thing. I removed the keychain part of it and just flattened it out, and yeah, this is using the new filament that I bought for it, and it looks good. I like it. It's nice, strong little logo. B1 Visioni. Anyway, I've just been toying around with the 3D printer in this break, and I've been enjoying it. And so yeah, I wanna do some more stuff. I've got a bunch of 3D models, you know, I've acquired through game development stuff, and so now I want to print some weird things. I want to fill my house with random 3D model crap.
Half-Life 2's physics gave us a variety of tools to make combat more exciting. For instance, when enemies miss the player, we subtly redirect their shots toward breakable objects nearby, adding mayhem and creating that action movie feel. We also employed physics to add hints. We created what we called ragdoll magnets across the game.
Does it float? I have no idea.
Corpses fall in interesting and dramatic ways, such as off ledges or into the path of a train.
Yeah. No, that happens all the time in Half-Life 2, where it's like you kill someone and then the body ragdolls in such a way that it falls over a railing or down a pit or something, so that it always feels like funny and cinematic. Like that. Them falling out of the window like that. It's very, very specifically designed to do that.
Snipers. The Half-Life 2 team was never very large, so we were always looking for ways to create new gameplay without high asset production costs. The sniper is a great example. It has no actual model, just a laser beam, so it required no art or animation support. When it dies, it simply spawns a Combine Soldier ragdoll and launches it out the window. Despite that simplicity, we got a lot of unique gameplay from it. We were especially happy with how it interacted with the physics objects in the game world. Players are used to exploiting explosive objects near enemies, so it felt fitting to have an enemy that flipped that dynamic when the player was in cover.
Why did I do that? I am so critical. My house is so critical. I can't have you fucking doing that to me. I love the idea that he's like chained to the spot, so he's just like, shit. Yep. I was like, I'm a die right now. At the moment, more than one fucking Combine. Two new things introduced right here. Shotgun Combine and the pulse rifle. Ow. See, I'm being so blasé about my blasé about my health. But wait, what's over here? Sorry, we haven't had one of those moments in the stream yet. I hadn't had the opportunity to do that this stream. Oh god! They immediately started shooting the barrel. Damn it. Alright.
Who's hurt?
Winston's been hit.
Let's have the super sad
Patch him up
moment
and
about
get him to the back
Winston.
as soon as he's stable. Gordon Freeman. It's incredible you made it. We've been getting communication from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again. Follow me.
Damn it.
It's Leon. We're all clear. And I've got Gordon Freeman.
Gordon Freeman?
Dr. Freeman, you're kidding.
Dr. Freeman?
I've been on the line with Alex. Her father's been captured.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
Wait, is there a node out here? I can't say I've noticed any nodes recently. Hello.
Alex, it's Leon. And I've got Gordon Freeman with me.
Gordon, you made it through Ravenholm. Thank God. I need your help. They've taken my father. He's been taken to Nova Prospect. The Vortigaunts tracked the ship that made off with him and Judith Mossman. While the trains are still running, I'm gonna hitch a ride. Here's where you come in, Gordon. I need you to make your way along the coast until you get to Nova Prospect. It used to be a high-security prison. It's something much worse than that now. But I think it's still easier to sneak in than to break out.
You wanted to take the coast road? You won't last 5 minutes on foot. It's spawning season for the antlions.
That's why I called you, Leon. I was hoping you still had the scout car we left with you last summer. The one my dad rigged with the Tau cannon.
Yeah, good idea. Hold on a sec. Norco? Bring the buggy out. Put it on the dock right now. Gordon Freeman will be driving it.
Will do. I just finished mounting an ammo crate on the back.
Good timing. Okay, Alex, we're all set.
Thanks, Leon. Gordon, I haven't driven the coast in over a year, but I have no reason to think it's gotten any safer. Meet me in the depot where the trains unload. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in Nova Prospect.
What is this moan?
Okay, Doc. Before you hit the road, you might want to grab some med kits, restock on ammo, maybe check the map, see where you're headed. There's an ammo supply crate on the back of the car, if that's any comfort. Stay with the car, make use of the thumpers. You'll stand a fair chance against the antlions.
Coast kickoff. This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast. Noticing a trend? Quite a bit of the connective tissue in our games comes together late.
Yeah.
In this case, that meant cutting corners wherever possible. We didn't even have time to animate Alex on the monitor.
Yeah.
These kinds of scenes are always a challenge to make interesting, and we didn't succeed with this one. It's a good example of what happens when NPCs are treated like signposts without adding character to them or the scene. The result is a forgettable moment where the game's seams show. But that's the nature of development. You only have so much time, and you have to decide where to spend it. Kleiner's lab and Eli's lab were much more important, so that's where we focused our efforts.
Yeah, it's funny, because there's a few of these, like, sections like
Short
this.
point to NLO. Short point to New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa.
But what's funny is that I can't say I've ever noticed that this guy's name is Leon, and that the woman's outside's name is Noriko, and that the guy who gets downed is Winston. I can't say I've ever noticed that they have names. I noticed just now, I was like, these characters have names? I don't remember.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. The car's all ready for you.
I don't remember any of this.
Hop in and I'll lower you
I've
down
played
to the
this game countless times, and I've never noticed that they have names.
Buggy model. The buggy's model went through many iterations before reaching its final version. We cycled through designs that satisfied both our artistic and physics simulation needs, but then hit an unexpected issue. Many playtesters, even experienced FPS players, were getting motion sick while driving it. Along with some simulation tweaks, we discovered that altering the buggy model helped.
Fake fan.
The more the model obscured the world, the worse the motion sickness became.
So we began stripping away parts of the model, removing more and more of the body until players stopped feeling sick. In particular, being able to see the ground through the missing undercarriage made a noticeable difference.
That's fascinating. Because I can't say I get motion sick.
The car's ready for you now, Dr. Freeman.
I can't say I've noticed getting motion sick in other games where you drive cars.
Buggy introduction. We wanted something more engaging for the buggy's introduction than just having the player hop in and drive away. The crane helped with that. Crucially, we needed players to learn how to recover the buggy when it flips over, and this sequence forced them into that situation. Training under pressure is always tricky. We wanted to emphasize the antlion infestation as the reason to stay inside the buggy. So we kept the antlion threat active and provided a couple of citizens on mounted guns for support. A small bonus, players also get the experience of being lifted by the crane just before they'll get to operate one.
Yeah.
Your magnet's failing. Hold on. Sorry, Doc.
Buggy training course. This training section was designed to let the player play around with her buggy. At the time Half-Life 2 was released, this level of physical simulation in the vehicle was novel, so we wanted to give players ample opportunity to experiment with it. The player has also just left the tight confines of Ravenholm, and we liked giving them the contrast and reward of being able to move quickly through a large space, feeling safe inside a vehicle. We made sure to require a turbo jump to get out of this area,
Can I actually get
which
up?
doubled as a test to make sure they'd reached a level of comfort in their driving, and also ensured that they didn't leave their buggy behind.
I was gonna say, I've never gone up this way before. Is it even possible? I don't think it is. I think it's proving to me that you're not supposed to go this way. I always go the regular way. Shit. It's so close though. Alright, I'll behave. It's around, no, it's not around here, is it? It's, keep going, Rory. I've never done backwards bunny hopping. Oh my god. Why can't I go backwards? I'm like, I didn't realize this over long.
Buggy physics. The physics for a buggy took a lot of trial and error. We wanted it to feel fast, even though its top speed was only about 35 miles an hour. So we had to do some cheating to make it work. We added extra vertical force to the turbo jump and a bit of kick to the rear when using the handbrake to power slide. Without those, the low speed meant the buggy just wasn't fun to drive. On top of that, the world was full of unpredictable physics system-driven chaos. Players were bound to drive the buggy into all kinds of collisions, so we had to make sure that they could always get out. This took a lot of experimenting and playtesting. In the end, we settled on a pretty goofy, unrealistic simulation that made the buggy more forgiving and harder to flip. Its center of gravity is super low, and the wheels, while they look like they turn a lot, actually don't. It was our first attempt at a physically simulated vehicle, and we learned a ton from it. Thanks to that, we were able to make the muscle car in Episode 2 much easier to drive.
Right.
Transition tunnels. Building the coast required us to develop a way to handle level transitions. To move from one level to another, we need to save everything in the transition space as the player leaves the first level and restored in the next level after loading. Critically, we also have to save and restore everything visible to the player in the transition area, even if it lies outside the space itself. For this reason, we aim to keep transition spaces as small and enclosed as possible. In most of the game, a small room works well for this purpose, but on the coast, we needed a different solution. After some experimentation, we settled on dark tunnels. Besides being reusable in a believable way, the tunnels allowed us to add a bright light flare at the end to mask the fact that we can't render what's ahead of the player because it exists in an entirely different level.
Just first of all, I want to go back to the previous one and mention, apart from that crane scene where it's forced to land on its head, this buggy almost never lands on its head. It's almost impossible to get this buggy to actually flip. It's so prone to landing on its wheels. But also, yeah, these level transitions work quite differently from the ones in the previous, in previous sections of the game and latter sections of the game, where, yeah, instead of having normally the way that Valve always does level transitions is they have like either a corridor with 2 doors or like a dog leg. Oh, I'm finally being chroma keyed out. I wore blue and I was like, oh, this is gonna get chroma keyed out. But when I tested it, it didn't actually chroma key. But with a shadow, chroma keys. Nice. Yeah. So yeah, normally you get like dog legs or like a room with 2 doors that acts as a leveled load. So that it's like the transition is relatively seamless. But on these like buggy levels, they had to just have they just decided in this case, I guess, to just use long linear things where it's like so bright at the other side you can't see the other end. You can't see out the other end.
Buggy sound engine. The audio for the buggy was challenging because we wanted it to feel like a really powerful vehicle that's driving along at super high speed, even though the maps aren't really big enough to support that. And the buggy doesn't really leave first gear, and it has a top speed of maybe 35 miles an hour. Now, in our defense, 35 miles an hour is still pretty fast, especially back in 2004. In addition to the speed, the driving inputs are really simple. So with a keyboard as your target input device, the player's controls are basically binary. So the buggy's either accelerating or not accelerating, it's turning fully in one direction or not. So essentially, we need to create all this audio complexity to represent a simulation where the complexity doesn't actually exist. So we build a fake engine for the buggy's audio. It's got its own transmission, and we combine the player's inputs with data from the physics simulation. We measure the torque on each simulated wheel,
vehicle sections in VR,
making contact, and we create a set of looping sounds and then carefully blend between them as the fake engine shifts gears in response to the wheel data. And we just basically kept trying different things. We added more complexity. We did some fine-tuning until the buggy just feels more fun and sort of rewards you for that feeling of going fast. And most players, they don't really comment on it other than saying the buggy sounds good, and to us that's the success, given the amount of craziness that was going on under the hood.
Mm. Yeah, no, it does. That's something I had never really thought about, is that there's like, the buggy sounds like it's going up in gears and stuff, and it has all these sounds to make it sound like a good and functioning vehicle, when really it's doing none of that. And I would actually say, you were saying uncommon opinion, you prefer Water Hazard over Highway 17. Honestly, I think I'm kind of the same. Racing games in VR exist, I suppose. It's just racing, like driving in VR is such a bad idea in my opinion. But yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what I prefer more, Water Hazard or Highway 17. They occupy a pretty similar place in my head. But I've always enjoyed the Water Hazard sections because most of it's fairly cinematic. It's you've either got these like wide sections of exploration where you're just water boating your way around, and it's these big open spans of space that's kind of satisfying. And then you got those moments where you're darting through the canals, and the combine are like rappelling down, and you're like mowing them down with the airboat. I've always enjoyed that. I've always enjoyed those sections. Highway 17, however, there are many bits of Highway 17 that I do find kind of tedious. What I'll say is I love the story element that is... right, you can't stand... Oh, no, I can stand. I do love the story element that is like the like beaches half drained. Like the water isn't all gone, but like a lot of it is like coastline that's receded. I do love the idea of the receded coastline. Yeah. Coast has very cool bits, but they're all outside the car. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, agreed. The driving the airboat is really fun. I've always preferred the airboat to the buggy in terms of like movement and how they feel to operate. I love the concept of Highway 17, and it's like the especially the original version, which was like you're literally driving on the ocean wasteland. Yeah, no, I actually agree. I'm not as big a fan of Highway 17 as I am of the likes of Water Hazard, and I think that the vehicle sections of this game are its weaker points, to be perfectly fair. I personally really like the parts where you're actually in City 17. You're actually in doing stuff. That my uncommon opinion, or my unpopular opinion, I suppose, is that actually Ravenholm is one of my least favorite sections of Half-Life 2. People are always like so many people I've spoken with say that like Ravenholm is their favorite part of Half-Life 2. And personally, I much prefer the like parts of the game where you're in City 17, you're dealing with the Combine, whether it's at the start of the game when you're just trying to like escape and you're running away from the Combine mostly, and you're like dodging and avoiding being detected. But I also really like the sections where you're like in the city with the Resistance and you're fighting your way through the city to get to the Citadel. I like those parts of it. We talked about this last stream. Those parts of it for me, that is when I think of Half-Life 2, I think of the street battles. I think of being in Kleiner's lab or you know, like fighting with Dog. Yeah. Your favorite's Nova Prospect, right? Yeah. No, Nova Prospect is very good too. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. Nova Prospect is probably one of the most like well-structured and most interesting parts. And I remember I always used to love it because of the fact you had the Antlions. You could throw the pods at the enemies and make them first of all go like this, and then also swarm them with antlions. Yeah, I remember that was one of those things. I will say, of Nova Prospect. Once again, though, my favorite part of Nova Prospect is the infiltrating Nova Prospect, where you're navigating your way through the outside sections and you're throwing the pods around and you're basically storming the outside walls. That's probably my favorite part of Nova Prospect. Yeah. Anyway.
Dumpers. Whenever possible, there's a lot of value in players feeling like they figured something out on their own. Yeah. It makes the world feel more alive, rather than just a series of gameplay elements lined up for the player. If we can accept the risk that some percentage of players might miss an element entirely, we can take a more subtle approach. We took this approach with Dumpers, designing setups that players are likely to encounter, but aren't forced to engage with.
I do like
this. There are plenty of visual and audio cues, as well as antline reactions, to help the player understand what's happening. It doesn't guarantee all players will figure it out, but playtesting showed that most did.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And there's no part of Half-Life 2 that's like so unfun that I don't want to play it. Like the game overall is so good that I like every part of the game. But like, which you know, like so, you could argue the worst parts of Half-Life 2 are better than some other games entirely. Like, I'd rather play Highway 17 than I would some other, like, generic FPS games. Especially from this era of, like, the bloom. The, like, brown and bloom.
Antlions. With the player driving the buggy throughout the coast, we needed a pervasive enemy that could justifiably appear anywhere and act as a constant threat to keep the player in or near their buggy. Antlions spawning from the sand were the perfect solution. Their high mobility allowed them to keep up with the buggy for short bursts, unlike our humanoid enemies. Plus, they were very satisfying to run over.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, that's what the previous node mentioned is one of my favorite things about this chapter is the fact that you don't have to interact with it if you don't want to. They, like this section here, this building here, you don't have to stop here. You can just blast right past it and continue on the coast if you really want to. I almost always stop here though, just for the resources that it provides.
Coast. We wanted a wide open section of the game for the buggy, but we still needed a way to constrain the player's movement. Choosing a coastline gave us a natural boundary along one side of the map while still feeling open and expansive. It also helped visualize the effects of the Combine's extraction of Earth's resources. Playtesters still tried to swim out to sea, so we added leeches to deter them. The leeches couldn't be a real avoidable enemy that players felt they could fight, so they're a bit magical. Players generally understood that they were pushing the game's boundaries, so we didn't overdevelop them.
Yeah. That's the thing, is with the original setup where there was literally no ocean, I don't know how they would have stopped people from going off into the distance. Like, that's the whole thing with adding the oceans really adds a nice natural barrier.
Grenade House. A lot of a Half-Life game is about giving players slightly novel combat experiences around each corner, even if they're just small tweaks on previous ones. They don't all have to be skill-based challenges. Sometimes they can just be fun moments where the player gets to enjoy themselves. This grenade house is one of those moments, with the twist being that we've inverted the usual setup. Instead of letting the player drop grenades on enemies below, we've put the enemies above. The unlimited grenade box is a somewhat clumsy way to encourage players to engage with the scenario, but its invulnerability also ensures the players can still climb up to the floor above, even if they've blown up everything else.
Hey, I threw 2 grenades in there. That's BS. It doesn't spawn in until you get up here. Oopsies. And this. I swear I threw a grenade up here as well. But yeah. Yeah, no, I like the fact that you can just blast through here if you want and skip those sections. Because it gives you, it's player freedom.
Design. In some of the earliest design work for the game, we had plans for multiple core alien races, with the Combine being just one of them. One of the other races was a religious insectoid species, and antlions were part of that. Later, as we developed Coast, we started viewing them more as pests that came through the Zen portals, along with head crabs and other creatures. While they aren't actually from Zen, they infest the corners of any world they enter, a lot like cockroaches.
Yeah, with the whole antlion king and everything.
Buggy sound design. The sound design for the buggy was based on samples from an old 1968 Camaro. And we chose that car because they have these amazing V8 engines with just huge pistons. And there's not really another sound like it. It has this sort of gutsy, visceral sound that we were looking for. The transmission also has this really wonderful mechanical whine when it stops accelerating. And that combination felt really responsive within this basically binary input system that we had to work with. So the fake engine transmission wasn't modeled after a real-world car. Instead, it was just designed as a simple system to reward the player for holding down the accelerator. So it's like a looping escalator that produces a rising tone, constantly building tension and shifting gears whenever the tone needs to restart. And since the player would quickly run out of space in our relatively small maps, the goal was just to make accelerating fun for a short period of time.
Right. Damn. Normally there are enemies in there.
Open world loot. The openness of Coast introduced a new problem for us in how we distributed item rewards. In a Half-Life game, we typically reward players for exploring. If you see the way forward but notice something off to the side, there's probably something useful if you take the time to search. When we first started playtesting our Coast maps, we tucked rewards away in the corners of the outdoor areas. However, this led to a worse experience with the buggy. The wide open spaces meant there were always lots of small areas that looked like they might contain something, and players kept stopping and getting out of the buggy to search.
Constantly.
It became tedious and interrupted the fun of the level. So, we removed those scattered rewards, but this raised a new problem. How do we tell the player when it's worth getting out of the buggy? After some thought, we established a rule. Any kind of human construction would always come with gameplay content and exploration rewards, while purely natural areas would be left empty. We couldn't tell players this directly, but it aligned well with their natural assumptions, and we reinforced it consistently with areas like this.
Yeah, that design principle, I really like that about this area, because I always hate it in games when developers hide stuff. Like, developers love hiding secrets in games. Like, you want to have, oh yeah, if you've managed to get up to some corner over here, suddenly there'll be like a secret package or something, some ammo or something unique to find. But the problem with doing that in areas like this, where you're driving through them, using some mechanic of the game that's supposed to be fun inherently, in and of itself, then you detract from that game element by having secrets in those spaces. Whenever a game hides a secret in a fast-paced moving section of the game, so like, as an example, like in games like Uncharted or even Metal Gear Solid, there are sequences where you're in a vehicle and it's moving by itself and you're just shooting enemies from the vehicle or whatever. Having secrets hidden in those sections where you either, like, if you're in control of the vehicle, you either have to stop somehow and interact with something that you wouldn't normally interact with, or if you have to, like, shoot a target that's off the side, or, like, there's this one sequence in Metal Gear Solid 3 where you have to hit this, if you want to get this secret item, you have to hit these frogs, and some of these frogs are hidden in those sequences where you get to see the frog for all of 3 seconds as you're flying past it in a vehicle. I've always hated that I hate when developers do that kind of thing. It's not intuitive to the gameplay in that space, and it feels like you're robbed or cheated somehow when developers do that shit.
Buggy birds. In one memorable Coast play,
oh yes,
a player returned to their vehicle after exploring a house and happened to see a bird flying past. They yelled at the bird, telling it to stay away from their buggy, complaining that birds often foul up their cars in real life. In our post-playtest discussion, we realized that this was the first time we'd had objects separate from the player that the player actually cared about. We saw it as an opportunity to explore, so we built a system to deliver the moment that playtesters feared. When the player leaves their buggy alone for a while and is out of sight, we spawn a seagull at a random location on the vehicle frame. As time goes on, the seagull spawns poop decals on the car body beneath it, and continues until the player returns, at which point it flies away. Naturally, playtesters wanted to be able to clean their vehicle, so we added the ability to wash the car by driving it into shallow water. It was late enough in development that we already had the tech for all of this, so the feature was quick to implement. It's one of those cases where we know only a small percentage of players will discover it, but if we can implement these kind of details efficiently and have enough of them, most players will encounter at least one.
Yeah, it didn't happen this time, but I've seen that many times here where, like, you come back and the vehicle's covered in shit. And then you've got it here where you can wash it off.
boathouse. In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe enemy behavior when you're not the one that's being threatened. This first encounter between antlions and Combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the thumper while engaging with the antlions.
I did immediately, though, question, I was like, why are they bothering to shoot the antlions if they know they're going to stay away from the thumper? Yeah, this is one of the first ones you actually have to stop at.
Flying vehicle audio. The large flying enemies in the game present a unique audio challenge. During combat, they're much more mobile than other enemies, and they often move a significant distance away from the player. They're also really dangerous if they have line of sight. So these factors led us to focus on an audio solution specifically around occlusion. In other words, when you can see the enemy and when the enemy can see you. And we wanted to make a clear audio distinction between when they have that line of sight. So the flying vehicle engine sounds are made up of multiple looping sounds that we play simultaneously. And some of those loops are processed by the DSP system based on the space you're in, while others are played directly and unprocessed. So the DSP system adds more of an environment echoing effect when we run sound through that system. So when the flying object is occluded behind something, it can't see you, we increase the percentage of loops that go through the DSP processing, and it sounds like that object is a little more distant. And then when that enemy emerges from behind an object and it can see you, we play more of the direct sound. So that overall just gives you a sense that the sound is either distant and directionless or more directly in your line of sight. And you can sort of hear it when a helicopter emerges from behind a building. Ideally, you can really hear that difference.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. And some of that audio stuff that they've done in this is really impressive. I mean, even to this day, it's impressive. But for the time,
Combine
especially.
gunship. The gunship was an interesting problem. We had a helicopter flight model already and didn't really have time to build something completely new. So we tuned the helicopter's flight model until it felt different enough, and then derived the gunship's organic animation state from the values coming out of that simulation. We also tried to keep it as truthful as possible. For example, there's a limit as how much it can turn its head to aim its cannon, and if it needs to aim beyond that, it has to alter its flight path to bring the cannon around to bear. It's not allowed to just cheat. The other key feature was its engine sound. We have sound spatialization, so the player can tell roughly where it is, but the gunship is a fast-moving object, and it's up in the air, away from any nearby reference points. As a result, it can be hard to tell exactly how far away it is and how fast it's moving. To fix that, we added a Doppler effect to the engine sound, pitch shifting it based on the gunship's velocity relative to you. It's a subtle effect, but it's extremely effective at subconsciously helping you perceive the gunship's location and direction, critical information letting you know that you're being hunted by it.
Yeah.
This steerable rocket launcher is our best bet for taking down a gunship. Ah, hello. I'll be right with you. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Using the laser guide, you can steer your rocket past the gunship's defenses and prevent it from shooting down your rocket. This will only anger it at first, but if you can survive long enough to make several direct hits, you'll be rewarded with a prize worthy of any mantelpiece. Now, who's going to be the lucky one to carry it into combat? Ah, yes, Gordon Freeman. I couldn't have asked for a finer volunteer. Colonel Odessa Cubbage at your service.
Before you even get to really
Let me just send a warning.
Try it out.
And then I'll come right up and lend a hand. Go on. Teach that gunship a lesson it will never forget.
Odessa Cubbage. Odessa Cubbage is an example of the kind of cameo character we found works well. He's an entertaining guy with some entertaining details, living inside his own little bubble. Since he doesn't leave his scenario, he's free to be exaggerated enough to stand out. We started with his model, which was repurposed from a cut section of the game, and named him after the title of a spam email we received. The model was originally a Norwegian fisherman, and it didn't quite fit as an Englishman, so we slapped a mustache on him, and in that moment, Odessa's character was born. He's ultimately a charlatan, with everything about him being fake. His accent, his mustache, everything. He would never put himself in danger, making him the perfect person to hand Gordon the RPG and explain exactly how to use it.
Laser-guided RPG. The laser guidance feature of the RPG was a huge headache for us because it was difficult to teach. Many playtesters would fire the RPG and then immediately duck behind cover, which meant they didn't see the rocket's flight path. Even worse, they didn't realize the rocket was now turning around to fly back at them. We tried various HUD elements and laser dot indicators to help, but found that most players overlooked them, focusing on the enemy instead. We made as many small improvements as we could, like emphasizing the feature in Odessa's speech and enhancing the audio and visuals around how the gunship shoots down direct RPG shots. While these changes helped some players grasp the feature, we never reached a point where we felt confident that almost everyone understood it. We even considered cutting the feature entirely, but gunship combat without it was much less interesting. The laser guidance forced the player to keep the gunship in sight while the rocket was in flight, but that also meant the gunship had line of sight back, creating a tension we loved.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. We know Eli Vance is depending. Well, that's that. I gather you've disposed of that gunship, Dr. Freeman. Your reputation, sir, is well deserved. I shall have someone open the gate for you immediately so that you can drive on. I understand that Dr. Vance is in great need. Use extreme caution when approaching the bridge. Radio silence from that outpost leads me to believe it has come under Combine control. Still, you're clearly the right man for the job. You'll make it through if anyone can. Farewell. And please tell Dr. Vance that Colonel Cubbage regrets not having been able to rescue him. Drive safely. And hello to Lighthouse Point.
Alright. Let's continue. Yeah. I do believe, I agree with Valve in the sense that if they had just removed the like flight path movement control thing from rocket launcher, that would have made the rocket launcher significantly less fun and less interesting to use.
D2 Coast 04. This map was actually the first area of coast that we built, before the crane and other elements existed. The drained seabed and rusted ships were some of the earliest pieces of art direction we developed. Years later, we showcased the map in our 2003 E3 demonstration, though much of the gameplay was still being figured out at the time. As a result, when we began building out the entire coast section, that demonstration became a useful vision for us to work toward.
I was going to say, I remember them showing off the wasteland.
Audio over distance. The large-scale spaces in the coast maps led us to seek an audio solution for how sound changes over distance. So, for instance, in these maps, an enemy can be well over 100 yards away, and their gun should sound different at that range than when it's up close. We decided to store our sounds in a single stereo file with the near sound in the left channel and the far sound in the right channel. And then during playback, we crossfade, or we change the proportion of sound you hear between those two channels based on the player's distance from the sound. And it was a simple solution that worked well. It helped us with memory constraints. You can easily hear it in action. Just listen to how a Combine soldier's gunshots change as you drive towards them.
Okay. Totally missed them. Yeah, may as well try and line this up. Fucking shotgunners, man.
We wanted the buggy to be more than just a means of travel, so we decided to attach a gun to it. We chose the Tower Cannon, a Half-Life 1 weapon we liked but hadn't found a place for it in Half-Life 2. The Tower Cannon can shoot through walls, which makes it tricky for level design, so we limited it to the coast section. Once you introduce wall-penetrating weapons, level design becomes much tougher. Furthermore, we mounted an ammunition crate on the back of the buggy, giving the player unlimited SMG ammo throughout coast. This was especially helpful for playtesters who struggled with the infinite antlions spawning from the sand.
Yeah, that's probably the main reason why you have an ammo crate on the back. I can imagine, like, some playtesters trying to fight off the antlions, just like endlessly, and without some sort of infinite ammo something, you know. Yeah, you end up with people running out of ammo, using up all their ammo. Kelly committed so many crimes with the audio system, we still have not recovered from it. Incredible hacks of the time and limited hardware, but they're really biting us in the butt nowadays. Interesting.
Crane. The crane took a lot of fine-tuning to get right. Something that needed to generate so much physical force was always risky, given the limitations of our rigid body physics and destruction technology. For example, the magnet was never going to fully meet player expectations for something with that much mass. But because the crane was stationary, we could carefully choose everything within its range and fine-tune as needed. Fortunately, most players didn't seem to notice its rougher edges, likely because of the sheer novelty of interacting with something like it in a vaguely realistic physics environment.
Where'd the buggy go? Don't tell me it fell off the... Damn it. I was like, if I press E at the right time, it should be all good. Nope. God fucking damn it. Piece of shit. There you go. I was like, come on, come on. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. The second time's the charm. Damn it. Alright. Any new nodes? Not missing any nodes. Is there a node up here? There is a node up there.
Ramming with the buggy. Our physics system is based on rigid bodies, which means it doesn't support any deformation or destruction of objects. If a physical object is hit by something, it can move if allowed, but otherwise nothing happens. So, when you drive the buggy through a glass window, we have to employ some trickery to make things work as expected. Because the window is fixed in place, the physics simulation will actually bounce the buggy off the window. But it does notify our game system that a collision occurred. The game system handles destruction, so it breaks the window into glass shards and tells the physics system to start simulating them. Crucially, the game system also tells the physics system to restore the buggy state to where it was before the collision. This ensures that the next time physics is simulating, the buggy will drive freely through the now destroyed window. This process does produce a one-frame hitch in the buggy's physics, as it briefly stops and is teleported back to the instant before the impact. We're sorry if knowing this has made Half-Life 2 totally unplayable, but after watching playtests at the time, we decided we actually liked the momentary hitch. It added to the sense of impact.
It does, and I was literally thinking about that when I went through that glass just then, because I noticed it. I noticed it again, and I was like, yeah, there is like a hitch. As you smash through the glass, there's a brief hitch. Okay, wait. Get the hell out of here. Oh. I didn't activate this one yet.
Opportunistic moments. Some memorable moments in the game come from the interactions of multiple game systems, but sometimes we realize these moments are likely to happen only rarely. When that's the case, we often wish more players would experience them.
Yeah.
There's a tension here. The more we know players will encounter something, the more effort we can put into it. But if it feels too artificial, the moment can come across as forced, and players may not respond as positively. The gunship cinematic death is an example where we nudge things a bit, trying to increase the chances of a memorable moment without being too obvious. The design of this area and the gunship's flight path make it likely that the player and the gunship are in the right spots when it dies. If they are, we trigger the gunship's crash into the cars. If not, it dies in the usual way. It's totally gamey, but playtesters didn't seem to mind when the moment played out well.
Yeah, when the gunship just happens to crash land right on the path where all the vehicles are.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on.
I looked away. I was distracted.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on its behavior until it was fun to drive against. Roller mines aren't particularly dangerous to the buggy, but if you let them stack up, they can become a problem, especially near a cliffside. We also made sure they worked well when the player's on foot, allowing level designers to get a few extra encounters out of them.
God damn it. They're trying to destroy my vehicle. I don't think I've ever fallen off that bit of highway before. There's some real firsts happening in this playthrough where I'm just like, I'm not like worrying too much about playing like super, like I'm not trying to be like super pro.
One of the general challenges of a Half-Life style FPS is that the player is constantly moving forward into spaces they don't know. This means that when they find themselves in combat, they're in unfamiliar areas with no knowledge of how to approach the fight. We use many different methods to help the player with this problem, and this ambush is one example. Upon arrival, the player fights a group of Combine among these houses. During the fight and the exploration afterward, the player has the chance to learn the arena layout. Then, when the player explores up into this attic, we spawn a second wave of Combine. In that second fight, the player now has the advantage of knowing the layout, allowing them to make more tactical decisions in defending against the ambushers.
Except that I just don't really pay any mind to it. And I just play the same way in and out. But yeah, no, they iterated on that idea of bunch. They iterated on that idea a bunch with that moment in episode 2 with Alex, where you're in the house and you get lots and lots of time to like look around and prepare before the hunters show up, and then the hunters show up and wreck shit. But it's almost like a Home Alone moment where you're familiar with the space already.
Crossbow. This is the player's first opportunity to get the crossbow in the game, and looking back, it's somewhat surprising we didn't gate it. It's entirely possible for the player to drive right past it. To make that less likely, we set up the roadblock and vantage point to encourage players to get out of the buggy, at which point they'd spot the crossbow and item crate. Playtesting showed that almost every player stopped and collected the weapon, but this is a case where the difference between playtesting and real play might matter. A playtester who's been playing since the start of Coast may not be as fatigued with exploration as someone who's been playing from the very beginning of the game. So, we placed another crossbow a few levels ahead, directly on the player's path in Nova Prospect.
And that's all good. Players missing a weapon, especially if it's not like the gravity gun, a weapon that's not really required for anything, that's totally fine. As long as they have the opportunity to get it later.
Gas station. We had grand plans for this encounter. We envisioned building a gas station that the player would fight around, likely igniting the gas tanks and setting fire to everything. We imagined the player driving away from a raging fire, but budget and performance were harsh constraints in 2003, and the station had to keep getting smaller and simpler to fit into Coast's large levels. Our plans for a dynamic fire system didn't materialize, and building it no longer made sense. There's always a limit to how much work we can justify for a single encounter. In the end, the only remnants of our original vision are the explosive gas tanks.
Yeah. Well, it boiled down to just a few explosive barrels. That's too bad. Oh, whoops. I was like, why am I here again? What's this? So, like, one of the few areas where there's, like, an actual kind of interesting physics puzzle beyond this, like, start. Oh! Hey, bub! Welcome, welcome. It makes sense. Oh, sorry. Makes the game feel this handholdy and real. These weapons just exist in the world. Yes, yeah. And if you miss it, you may even later have a cool moment where you learn something new about the game. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Like, I actually think that's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. Yes, I literally got them in that zombie tunnel. That's also where you, because of that moment, that's actually also the first moment you see a zombie in the game. I believe. Yeah. That's before you actually get to meet, or is it specifically the crawling zombie? Either way, it's like a introduction to the grenade and to an enemy type. They're hidden down like a secret path, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, it's gonna take us a while to get through the game, honestly. It's gonna take a lot longer than I initially thought to get through everything.
Occlusion. In Half-Life 1 and much of Half-Life 2, the world consisted mainly of enclosed tunnels and corridors, which worked well with a binary space partition, or BSP tree. Essentially, this tech allowed us to quickly sort through the geometry and determine what might be visible in the player's view. But the open areas and coast and other outdoor sections didn't suit that approach, so we needed some new tech. Area portals were one, allowing us to carve out the world into discrete chunks separated by portals. Doors and windows, that is, not aperture science ones. We also developed an additional occlusion system, which basically said that if the player can't see through, over, or around a large object, don't render what's on the other side. This might seem an obvious thing not to do, but it takes some work to make sure that calculating what's on the other side of the big thing isn't slower than just rendering everything. So to make that calculation fast, level designers placed large occlusion volumes inside major terrain shapes and big occluding objects like buildings, and during rendering, we could then test the bounds of entities against these volumes to avoid rendering anything the player couldn't see.
Yeah. Again, like, mundane nowadays.
Area portals.
At the time.
One performance challenge we faced in Coast was handling wide open spaces that included buildings with highly detailed interiors, or at least they were detailed by 2003 standards. When the player was outside, we wanted to allocate as much of our budget as possible to rendering that space, without losing resources to the building interiors. But unless we were willing to board up every window and door, the player could still see inside. To solve this, we created a feature called area portals, placing one in every open window and door. An area portal pre-computes a flat image of the building's interior, and during play, when the player is some distance away, the area portal displays this pre-computed image over the window or door, allowing us to skip rendering the actual interior. As the player approaches, we smoothly crossfade between the area portal's image and the building's actual contents. With careful use, area portals helped us to meet our performance goals on Coast, along with the occasional door that closed itself behind you.
Interesting. I didn't think about the doors closing behind the player thing. Yeah.
Detail objects. Once we had outdoor sections running, it was clear they needed some form of high-frequency detail, so we added small foliage elements, like grass and shrubs, across the displacement terrain. But we knew we couldn't afford, which is to say we didn't have the time, to hand-place them all. So we built the detail object system, which generates small foliage elements automatically based on the displacement material. Each material specifies the type of foliage to place, along with a set of parameters. At map compile time, the system calculates random points on the surface and selects foliage to place there. Given performance constraints, there was still a fairly complex hand-authoring process for foliage texture sheets, allowing us to render all of them in a single pass.
Hello. Sorry about that. Feel bad, but yeah, I'm streaming. Yeah, my nephew is over at my parents' place, and the trampoline that we got him is down here by our place, so he often stops by on the way to the trampoline. And all the game influencers screaming about how cool this new optimization tech is. Look, guys, my PS1 style game now runs at 200 FPS. Yeah. Yeah, it's not new tech. It's tech that's existed basically since 3D games started. You know, they had to find ways to not render what's not on screen. So different developers have been coming up with like occluders, versions of different types of occluders since the 90s.
Terrain
Since
and
before the
performance. Our performance budget was often a significant constraint when it came to combat, and even more so for combat on terrain surfaces. When NPCs move, they perform many small spatial probes to determine if they can safely navigate their chosen path. To help visualize it, imagine they can't see and are constantly waving a stick in front of themselves to check if the way is clear. The performance cost of these probes increases with the complexity of the world geometry. Our terrain displacement system creates uneven surfaces using many polygons, far more than the perfectly flat floors found elsewhere. This meant that NPCs moving on coast terrain were more resource-intensive than in other areas, and that constraint dictated the scale of many encounters in this section of the game.
Still amazes me how they got Crash Bandicoot games to work on the PS1 with the whole only drawing chunks of the level visible. Yes, like, right there is a great example of, like, that kind of tech existing in the PS1 era. Because, yeah, literally Crash Bandicoot couldn't run at all without it. Yeah, the way they made Crash Bandicoot 1 load in. It wasn't even really in a rendering occluder. It was, but it was because of memory limitations that they implemented it. Like, it wasn't, sorry. It sounds, it's like, duh. No, but like, not just like graphics rendering limitations, but just like stuff. Like actual like textures and 3D models, like storage space. The PS1 has such a small amount of RAM that they had to only load in the stuff that they actually needed to draw, and then deload it on the fly as you are running through the level. Whereas like a lot of games in that era would have just loaded the stuff you needed for the level and then had it all in memory all at once, and then just like switch it out and render what you need to render. Yeah, the Crash Bandicoot 1 had such high fidelity and had so much stuff in its levels that they needed to have only like a moment to moment as you move through the level. It's like loading in new stuff to put in the front and deloading stuff that you just walked past, and then if you run backwards, it's like reload that stuff it's just deloaded, and deload the stuff that's loaded in the front. And it was the level of effort that went into like loading and deloading assets, resources in Crash Bandicoot 1 is astounding. Asset streaming, yeah, still done today. We went full circle, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, a lot of early games wouldn't have bothered with that. They would have had just like limited the amount of stuff that's in a particular level or sequence, and then only loaded that stuff in, you know, at the start of the level, loaded it all in. You run through it and then deload it, and that's why a lot of levels were quite short in the PS1 era, because they can only load so much onto memory at a time. But yeah, Crash Bandicoot used asset streaming, which is now commonplace. Again, that's now the standard for how a lot of game engines run. But yeah, it's the hard coding or the like low level programming that they had to do with Crash Bandicoot 1 to get that to work with the PlayStation API. They had to like hack because the PlayStation API wouldn't let them load it in fast enough to actually get away with that at first. And so they had to talk with people at Sony, and then some guy at Sony was just like, look, if you do this, you can access this like back-end version of the hardware that's way faster. So they used this like hacky method to skip over this like what normally would handle asset passing, and to like speed up the process so they could get away with it, because asset streaming on CDs was not great. Like, asset streaming wasn't really a thing you could do on the PS1 era because to load from disk was so slow. They just couldn't load enough of the details normally. They had to use these fancy methods to constantly load and deload stuff with Crash. I'd love to mod the classic Crash games, but it would mean I'd need to learn how to deal with that type of... Exactly. That's why you mod the Insane Trilogy instead. So it usually pre-caches everything in the level ahead of time. But yes, but CSGO added texture streaming, for example. Oh, right. Yeah. That's the thing. And what often happens, what it sounded like they were talking about it earlier in this developer commentary, is that what the Source Engine would do often was, for things like audio, they would bring in basically snippets, short stings of the starts of every audio file that's going to be playing throughout the level, and then when the game calls upon that sound to play, it can start playing that super short preloaded part, and then rapidly try and load the rest of the sound file and switch it out once the sound file is actually loaded, so that you wouldn't get those hitches. Because loading in audio to play instantaneously, usually it's too slow to load it from storage into memory for that to happen. But it's too much usually to have all of it loaded in memory all at once. So like they use this like half and half method, which I think is really clever. Hey, thanks AJ the DJ. Appreciate it.
The bridge. This bridge section was inspired by the Deception Pass Bridge, just up the road from Valve's office. We initially built this section as a pure navigation puzzle, gradually layering more gameplay into it. It also became the primary test case for our players' edge friction. In our movement system, we subtly increase friction on the player's deceleration as they approach the edge of a surface. Players have never noticed it, likely because it aligns naturally with their goal of stopping at the edge to look down, matching human tendency to move more slowly and carefully near a drop. But it's a critical feature for this part of the game. We know this because at one point during development, we accidentally broke it, and suddenly all of our playtesters started repeatedly falling to their deaths.
Fascinating.
Bridge playtesting. The bridge section was always a high point in playtests, with testers consistently having strong reactions to it. The tension they felt while slowly making their way over the girders was visible in their movements. Over time, we layered more challenges into the traversal, and playtests only became more entertaining to watch. From the train rumbling across the bridge and shaking the player, to a surprise head crab in a shack that seemed like a safe haven midway through, we did feel a little guilty relishing the playtesters' visible stress, but we weren't total monsters. After players made it across the bridge, they'd breathe a sigh of relief, disable the Combine shield, and then realize they had to return across the underside. Concerned they might be bored on the second trip, we decided to add a gunship to keep them company out on the girders.
How cruel.
Bridge gunship. We were particularly happy with the gunship fight, despite it being tricky to set up given the level geometry. Being on the underside of the bridge allowed the gunship to move fully around the player.
I like the bridge.
Using all three dimensions to position itself above and below at different moments. The girders provide plenty of high-frequency cover, creating opportunities for the gunship's fire to produce a fun and dynamic visual and audio display.
Yeah, I've actually always liked the bridge. The bridge is a good part. I like it because it's like this ooh spooky, scary, high place you could easily fall, but also you can kind of just, if you know what you're doing, you can kind of just like blast your way through it. It doesn't stop you from moving really fast through the space. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, this is another one of those iconic spots. See, I'm being super blasé and not really trying that hard with the combat. So I keep getting blasted in the face with everything. Okay. Ow! That hurt. I also always like the vertical cliff gameplay. Yeah. I love the visual elements of it, and I love the pace of it as well. It's a good example of like the back and forth of like a good effective reuse of space. And it's actually a really interesting look as well at the balancing as well, because it's on easy you can carry 3 rockets you can carry 3 rockets in your rocket launcher at any given time. In easy mode, 3 rockets is how many rockets it takes to take down a gunship. So you can take down the gunship immediately and then have just a safe trip back along the bridge. But on normal and hard, it takes a lot more rockets, more than you can carry. So you have to spend some amount of time traversing the bridge with the gunship chasing you. And so you have to... Oopsies. Oopsies. Dear. Yeah. And so yeah, you have to spend a little bit of time out here exposed, running along the bridge, avoiding the gunship. Oh my god. Shit! I should have quick saved it. I should have fucking quick saved it. Once again, I don't think I've ever died in this pod before. What's wrong with me? Okay, I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna shoot at it at any time. Oh, I caps locked by accident. Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. And then you battle it here because you get your resources, you get your rockets. Crap. The crazy movement. Alright. Now, wait. Shit. Again, I'm amazed. I don't feel like I've ever died here from anything other than the gunship itself. That's not true. I've definitely fallen a few times, but it's never when going back like that. It's always on the way over. What the? Shit. I didn't actually drive up to see the bridge, the field up here. Just realized the barrier. I always love trying to race it across. I technically made it. I made it. I'm gonna take that win. Yeah. Shh. Yeah. No, I believe there is something there that like tries to stop you from being able to actually do it. I think you can make it, but it's extremely tight. Oh, you thought you had to do it like that. No, you're supposed to back up. That's why you've always done it? Oh. No, you're supposed to back up. You're supposed to like reverse and let the train get out of your way. You've been doing it the hard way this whole time. Yeah, no, you're not supposed to do it like that. I was gonna say, sorry. It's extremely hard to do it that way. Again, yeah, it's definitely possible, as you can attest.
28 transitions later.
Yeah.
After stringing together a few levels with dark tunnels as transition spaces, we realized we could subvert player expectations by building another one that appeared to be a transition, but instead contained something else. Like everyone else, we saw 28 Days Later in 2002, loved it, and immediately wanted to create an escalating zombie encounter in one of our dark tunnels. It came together quickly, and we were pleased with the result. Years later, we met Alex Garland, the writer of the film. He had played and enjoyed Half-Life 2, and we confessed that his movie inspired this section.
Ramming zombies with the buggy. As human beings, we have expectations for our physical world, as mentioned a few times in this commentary. One of those expectations is, if you hit a zombie with your car, it should get absolutely booted into the air. But getting this effect in-game isn't as straightforward as it is in the real world. For performance reasons, enemies like the zombie...
Yes, the real-world scenario of hitting a zombie with your car.
This is a box that fits snugly around the zombie with no part of the model sticking out. But when the zombie dies, it's converted into a ragdoll with more accurate per-limb collision boxes, though this is more expensive to simulate. This change in collision representation adds further
God
complexity when you ram a zombie with the buggy, beyond just the frame hitch. When the buggy first collides with the zombie, it touches the zombie's simplified collision box. The game then kills the zombie, converting it into a ragdoll that the physics system begins to simulate. Now, with more accurate per-limb collision, the closest part of the zombie may be several inches away from the buggy. As a result, the next time the physics system simulates, the zombie starts falling from gravity because the buggy is no longer pushing it. While it's only a short moment before the buggy reaches the zombie again, this small discrepancy made ramming zombies unsatisfying. They often fell out of the player's view. To fix this, we saved the force the zombie's collision box received when hit by the buggy, and applied that same force to the ragdoll after conversion. We also added a slight upward force to the ragdoll, launching it a bit. With these tweaks, zombies reliably folded over the front of the buggy when hit, which better matched player expectations.
Nice.
Flashlight power. The decision to have both Sprint and the flashlight share the HEV suit power was a controversial one in Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
Initially, only Sprint used suit power, which made sense as it was meant to be only a short burst of speed. The flashlight, on the other hand, could be used indefinitely. But playtesting revealed an issue. Players often left dark areas without realizing their flashlight was still on. In brightly lit open areas like Coast, our performance budget couldn't support the flashlight being on continuously, so we needed a way to turn it off without player involvement. Limiting its power seemed like a simple solution, with the benefit of adding some tension to dark areas too. The challenge then became, what resource should it use? We already had suit power and didn't want to clutter the UI with a new resource just for the flashlight. We toyed with the idea of other player abilities using suit power, thinking it might be interesting to have players make trade-offs between them. This is a good example of game design often being about choosing between imperfect solutions. We didn't love the idea of Sprint and flashlight sharing a resource, but we also didn't want multiple resources cluttering the UI. In Episode 2, with no plans to add anything else that consumed suit power, we ultimately decided to give the flashlight its own separate resource.
Yeah. This is what I... Like, for me, it's not so much about Sprint and flashlight. I can understand those both using power or whatever. For me, it's oxygen. Oxygen and flashlight and Sprint all using the same system upset me. And again, Sprint and oxygen, that can make sense. But when you combine all three, it just felt not good to me. Once again, this is a building I usually skip.
D2, Coast 9. Late in Coast development, we reached a point where our game code was far enough ahead of our level design that our gameplay programmers were looking for more code to write and new tasks that could help Half-Life 2 ship. This was largely due to the demands of Coast levels, which placed a heavy burden on our level designers with their sheer scale and extensive terrain usage. As a result, our gameplay programmers began designing smaller scale encounters. Later, when our level designers caught up, they created this level by stitching together 3 separate encounters from the programmers and performing all the necessary finishing work to prepare it for release.
I like this spot a lot, but I almost always skip it when I'm playing this normally. I don't feel like I can skip it this time though, because there may be a node, or have I found the only node? Okay, yep. Ouch. Oh, jeez. I forgot about those. I forgot about those guys. What the? I cleared the thing away. I could have sworn you can open it once you clear it away. Anyway. Yeah, that's just it. And then they changed it in the episodes because it was bad. They changed it in episode 2. And it made no sense because... It made no sense, though, because you're in, like, a train crash and then suddenly your battery works differently. Any nodes here? I'm not seeing any. I'm kind of surprised because this is quite a unique encounter. No? Okay. Let's just get out of here. So, yeah, I was going to say, how long has it been? We've got 3 hours, 5 minutes. So we've got about 55 minutes left to get as far through as possible. Crap. It's like, how do you get through here again? I think you just drive over here, right? Yeah, I was gonna say there's definitely gonna be some stuff here.
Battery finding. With the increased density of objects in Half-Life 2's gameplay spaces, we thought it would be interesting to have players search for a specific item, especially if there was some logic to where it might be found. This way, players could locate the item either through careful observation and deduction, or just by brute force searching the area. Since we already had models for cars and batteries, it was a natural step to create a small junkyard for players to explore. We also hid a couple of extra batteries in unexpected places for the players who chose the brute force method. As
like
for
one
other
up there.
itemized puzzles, this one needed a failsafe in case players lost the batteries. You can try throwing all of them over the cliff if you want to see what happens.
There's one up here. There's that battery up there. I've always gone for the one in the tub, but there's one up there. And there's one inside a car or something somewhere. But yeah, anyway. The only time you went hunting for the lamb stuff was some of the achievements. No, I used to, like, I think when I first played the game, I did exactly what Valve wanted the players to do, and that I stopped at every single one of these things, and I explored every single one. There was probably just one or two that I missed because I just didn't think they were part of it. Like in the water hazard, there's that one offshoot that I was talking about that I never, basically never explored, except for I discovered it was a thing because of a mod.
Buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout Coast, players had been leaving the buggy and then returning to it. So we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the player is done with driving and will be proceeding on foot.
Yeah.
Dropship deployment. Deploying soldiers from the dropships was tricky, as it required NPCs to spawn inside another solid object. To get them into the open where they could start navigating normally, they immediately play an animation that has them leaping out of the container the moment they spawn. Once that was working, we encountered another issue. Savvy players would simply just wait outside the container and shoot the soldiers during their exit animation. To counter this, we added a turret to the container to defend the soldiers as they exit. It doesn't fully prevent a player from taking advantage, especially if they're using an indirect weapon like a grenade or something, but that felt realistic and like a true-to-life countermeasure someone thinking strategically might take.
While the node's active.
For the final Coast arena, we envisioned a big finale where the player and a squad of citizens would hold out against waves of combat soldiers, culminating in a gunship battle. Unfortunately, the computational cost of having soldiers and friendly allies moving around on terrain meant that the battle kept being scaled back to fit within our performance budget. By the time we were down to featuring only a single squad of soldiers at any given time, we were already late in development. Too late to make large-scale changes to the arena to accommodate more enemies. We had to redesign the flow of the fight to keep the number of soldiers to a minimum.
I don't think I ever go inside these buildings. So that's why I don't think I've ever been in that building before. Oh shit, I'm not in a node anymore. Can I do the thing? No, I have to fight the gunship first, don't I?
Lighthouse gunship. The gunship scenario here took some work to play out the way we envisioned it. We wanted it to unfold as it would in a movie. In the filmic version, a gunship would fire through the windows as the protagonist ascended the lighthouse,
I don't think it's here yet,
anticipating their movements. To simulate that anticipation in the game, we set up a complex series of trigger volumes along the staircase. As they detect the player moving up, they instruct the gunship to choose a new flight path that matches the player's altitude. The triggers also enable bullseye targets in the windows nearest the player. These are invisible game objects that the enemy AI will immediately perceive as hostile, and prompts the gunship to fire at the windows. This blend of AI and scripting is central to Half-Life's combat scenarios. The AI manages the general adaptive behavior of the NPCs, while the scripting customizes each scenario's unique requirements.
Damn it. Shit. I wasted the node. I'm no longer invulnerable. I do like this gunship fight. It's fun and unique. Hey, he shot through the light bulb. That's bullshit. I've never been up here when there's still combines spawning in. Yeah, take that. Alright. Now, dude down here, get me out of here.
This way, Dr. Freeman. We'll take the cliff path before another gunship finds us.
Yep.
All right, Dr. Freeman. Come with me before another one comes.
Yep, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Right along there. And watch your step.
Thank you. And then something I never noticed at this stage, even though there's a guy literally here designed to draw your eye up, they take your buggy away. Not my buggy. How dare they take it?
Buggy theft.
Yeah.
As we built the end of Coast, we decided to have the Combine steal the player's buggy. It really doesn't make logical sense, but after watching so many playtests where players developed a strong attachment to their buggy, we wanted to play with that emotional connection. Once we implemented the theft, we had playtesters yelling at the Combine for stealing their ride, something we took as a sign of success. The soldier firing down from the cliff top is simply there to draw the player's eye up, triggering the look target and spawning the dropship with the buggy. Watching it now 20 years later, we're struck by how ridiculous it all is.
What's crazy is I never noticed that. It wasn't until someone pointed it out in some video or something that I was like, that happens? When I first played this game, I left the car because I didn't know how to proceed without it. Oh, you mean with it? You mean... Yeah. Yes, I did something similar, honestly. Not my first playthrough, I don't think, but one of my subsequent playthroughs of the game, probably still on PS3. I left my... I think it wasn't the buggy, though. I think it was the airship, actually. Sorry, the airship. The airboat. There was a section of the... Yeah. Yeah, like, there's... I think actually both things. I came to a point where I didn't know how to continue with it, and so I left it behind. Hovercraft, yeah, I suppose. Welcome to the stream, by the way.
You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks! Don't step on the sand, it makes the antlions crazy! Idiot! Walking on the sand brings antlions back! Dear God! Laszlo! The finest mind of his generation! Come to such an end. We were heading for the Vortigaunt camp, hoping to pick up some bug baits.
Poor Laszlo.
Would leave us alone. But without Laszlo, what's the point? I know you tried to help. I'll stay with him a while.
Yeah, the dropships actually detect you now. Yeah.
Go ahead. I hope you have better luck than we had.
Yeah, for ages that was. I used to always just stand right next to the dropship. I used to stand right next to the dropship because yeah, you would just like stand there, then hop out, you shoot them, hop out, shoot them. But then yeah, at some point they fixed it so the dropships would actually shoot you when you're near them. And I remember when I first came across that, I was like, because I was like. I had one of those moments where I was like, was that always the way? But it's like, but then how did I used to shoot them as soon as they'd hop out?
The antlions are edgy, right? Finest mind of his generation.
Yeah.
Here is another small interstitial scene that ended up working well. The only requirement for this moment was to teach the player to stay off the sand. With prior scenes, we were still focused on simply making them functional. But by the time we got to this one, we were becoming more comfortable and started enjoying the process of putting extra thought into these moments. In doing so, we pushed the characters beyond being mere signposts, creating something more interesting and entertaining.
Ooh.
After release, Laszlo went on to develop a larger-than-life following, reminding us how hard it is to predict what players will hold on
to. Yeah. Laszlo. The finest mind of a generation.
Floor is lava. Building gameplay around broadly understood concepts like the floor is lava made training it easy. We liked how our physics system allowed for a high degree of creative freedom in how players chose to tackle it. Some built walkways out of many objects, while others focused on using just their two favorite sheets of metal. Some carefully followed the path up in the rocks, concerned about falling, while others move directly towards the exit, perch on objects just above the sand. Playstyles varied. Some players considered it a failure if they summoned antlions, reloading immediately, while others enjoy scrambling back up on the rocks to recover.
Well, okay.
We also liked that it functioned as a navigation puzzle, but could be turned into an arena if players prefer. Some just jump onto the sand and fought their way to the end.
Yeah, that's another thing I like about this as well. Is that you can't just be like, ah, fuck it, and just run for it. I've got to check though if there isn't a... Okay. Are there any nodes? Oh. Crap. There could be a node all the way back there at the other... I didn't think about that. Okay. So first of all... fill up some ammo. That was the one we've already seen. Yeah, and I've oh, why did that happen? It has to be said, there's a lot of these like little spaces, these little spots here and there, like these ones out here and stuff over there, that I would never bother to go to most of the time when I'm playing, but I've played some mods here and there that make it mandatory. Like they restructure some of these areas and made it so that you in order to progress, you actually had to go out here. And I think that's also why I've had those moments we were talking about, like losing the buggy or losing the airboat. As in one of the mods that I used to play a lot, there were segments for both of those situations happening where you just midway through you lose access to your vehicle, and so they made like a section of the game where you actually had to do those sections without the vehicle. And so my memory of those places is mixed with the like modded version and the non-modded versions. Yeah. Hey, how dare you spawn on top of me? Any nodes?
Sandtrap Thumper. The explosive barrels are provided for players to use against antlions while standing safely within the Thumper's protection. But we're also using this as a hint for the upcoming antline guard encounter, where players often use similar tactics to win the fight. Optional player actions like launching explosives with a gravity gun can be forgotten if they aren't used regularly. With a wide range of offensive options we give players, there's no guarantee they've used this ability recently. So here we're subtly suggesting that they bring it back into their toolkit before they face the guard.
Yeah. Yeah, you might not have actually bothered to do it since Ravenholm. I'm taking these with me. Yeah, I like how it doesn't matter how much these get flung around, as long as you don't shoot them or punch them with the gravity gun, they won't explode. It's not until you actually punch them that they explode. Alright.
Vortigaunt extraction. This arena presented some tricky design problems for a couple reasons. First, the guard is a melee.
Oh, they fixed it for the anniversary.
So we couldn't allow the player to reach areas where the guard couldn't follow. We did experiment with a few range attacks, but didn't like the result. Its goose spitting attack, for instance, ended up looking ridiculous. The only non-melee attack that survived was its ability to bash physics objects at the player, but this required objects to be in range, which isn't always guaranteed. The second challenge was ensuring that no matter where the guard dies, the Vortigaunt can reach its corpse. This was essential as the game can't proceed if the Vortigaunt is unable to extract the bug bait.
Ow. Okay. Time to use these. Nice. Hello. I always thought this part was cool.
To heed our extraction of the Myrmidon's aromatic theropod.
Don't stand on the step on the sand. We do a little trolling.
Hygienic, therefore, stand aside. The free man will have need of these theropods on the path ahead. Gather them now.
Always kind of disappointing that you can't do it immediately, but I'm pretty sure that's because it's actually a map boolean that has to be set on map load or on compile or something that sets whether or not aliens are friendly or not.
In rare cases, players could find themselves unable to kill the antlion guard in this arena. This would happen if they ran out of ammo or had misused all of the available physics objects, leaving nothing to launch with the gravity gun. To address this, we added a citizen on the mounted turret above the gate as a failsafe, allowing a stuck player to rely on a citizen to kill the guard.
I've never had that happen to me, but I can totally see it happening. I also love this little area.
Freeman, you're a regular antlion now.
I've always loved this little encampment. It's such like a little hidden alcove.
The Freeman must excuse us. It is rude of us to commune by flux shifting in front of those whose vortal inputs are impaired.
Impaired.
Yes, we'll vocalize in your auditory language as a matter of courtesy. Unless we wish to say unflattering things about you. Just so.
Don't they go on? Yeah, they go right on to talking. They're saying unflattering things about me.
Get going, Dr. Freeman.
Oh, hey, Anchor.
Just ahead. One man alone wouldn't stand much chance going in there. But a man with a pack of antlions, well, that's a different
You're
story.
groundbreaking here, but I love Half-Life 2. Yeah, Half-Life 2 is great. And having an excuse to re-experience it.
By his presence.
There've been no nodes so far, have there? No. But yeah, getting an excuse to re-experience it via the developer commentary, I appreciate.
Bug bait training. This clumsy bug bait training is where we landed, having run out of time, but needing players to understand the tool for Nova Prospect's designed to work. Generally, we aim to add enough flavor and context to training so it doesn't feel like training. It feels like a natural part of discovering something new. Here, though, we didn't quite manage that. As obvious as it may seem, bug bait wasn't something players intuitively grasped. We're well into the game now, so players have plenty of experience dealing with enemies. Before we added any training, the first playtesters who collected bug bait entered the next level and instinctively shot the first antlion they saw, because that had been working up until then.
Yeah.
Half-Life tends to encourage a shoot first, ask questions later approach. Similarly, when players reached Nova Prospect, they didn't think to throw bug bait at the Combine soldiers and instead relied on their usual weapons.
Yeah.
So, we needed this training not only to show how bug bait works, but also to demonstrate that antlions would be close to the player without attacking.
Yes. I can totally see that happening. Players, like, as soon as the antlions are chasing them, they suddenly immediately are like, they're a bit like running from the antlions, trying to be friendly. Yeah, they weren't the first, but they did it very well. Yeah, the character models were unlike any other at the time. 100%. So much of Half-Life 2's tech and gameplay was revolutionary at the time.
Attend now and learn to shepherd antlions with the so-called bug bait. The Freeman will now break out his theropod and toss one into yonder pit.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I was getting a call from Mum. I don't think she knew I was streaming.
The Freeman has done well. The Freeman can also coax his antlions to attack specific targets. Observe the training mannequin and mark it well with another theropod. The Freeman again.
Yeah, to be fair, how do you get the player to learn this without either doing what we've done here or stripping them of their weapons and having only bug bait? I can't think of any other way to force them to learn. It makes you feel like a god, yeah.
Apply pressure to your theropod to signal the antlions in your command.
Compared to Doom Eternal tutorialization, lol, yeah. That's the thing. They call this clumsy. But like other games, yeah, just have like a box pop up on the screen saying like, use this by doing this, and clicking this button does this. Yeah.
And now this one must have been the Freeman film.
That's why every moment when I was playing Doom Eternal on the channel, that's why every moment where it like paused the game and popped up with a tutorial on the screen, I was like, oh my god. Everything about like game design and game development that I'd learned up until that point. It's just like, yeah. You know, I love that game, but the tutorialization got a bit much. That is just it. It's like, we know these days, like there's not really any excuse these days, because these days we know all the like good, like how the best practice for making tutorials and such. And for such a big developer to just rely on boxes that show up that interrupt the flow of the game is quite shocking, really. I was gonna say, I've got some antlions going the wrong way.
Thumper Final Stage. We liked the final stage of Thumpers, where their purpose is inverted.
Yeah.
Now, instead of serving as a tool for safety, they act as a blocker for the player's antlion army. However, we probably should have incorporated more thorough Thumper training before this point. While it was acceptable for players to only partially understand Thumpers in the earlier Coast levels, the stakes are higher now because players are also trying out bug bait for the first time. Players who don't realize that this first Thumper prevents their antlines from moving forward may misunderstand how bug bait works. If they throw bug bait at soldiers in the first bunker and no antlines arrive, they might conclude that bug bait is unreliable, or doesn't work as expected, and switch back to using their weapons instead.
Yeah. No, this whole sequence, while I never had any trouble with it, I understood it entirely. I can totally see their concern.
With an infinitely respawning antlion army on a coastline assaulting a fortified Combine base, it was hard not to try a Normandy-inspired level. Our initial prototype featured trenches leading up to Nova Prospect, with lethal machine guns forcing the player and their antlions to stay within the trenches to survive. It was thrilling to have machine gun fire and leaping antlions constantly passing above the trenches. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it work within our performance budget, and ultimately had to set it aside in favor of a completely different layout. However, the mounted guns remained, as their lethality proved useful in encouraging players to rely on their antlions.
Yeah. The fact that like you'd rapidly run out of ammo if you did try to do this with your weapons. And also, there's just like the sheer volume of enemies makes it really tough. Turn that alarm off, thank you. Oops, I haven't turned off the thumper Okay. I was gonna say, did the Combine go back into there? The antlion stopped chasing after a bit, so maybe not. Come on. Oh my god. Stop getting stuck on me. Making them do that. I do love that they go. Oh, hey Nathan. A bit bitter in the Dark Ages, but still a lot of pop-ups. Oh. At the same time, though, the gameplay is very fun, and in the end, that's what I care about. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. The only thing I would say is that, like, that kind of tutorialization just does feel kind of lazy. But also in the same vein, feels like it doesn't trust the player to, like, learn them themselves. I'm always very impressed when a game doesn't use any tutorials, like, any standard tutorials, and relies entirely on, like, in-game tutorials. Like, you play the game and you learn to play it by playing it, you know? I'm always very impressed by that. Requires patience and precision. I died multiple times on this part. Right. It's gonna shoot you. This thing. Like, I always try and use only antlines in these parts. But it honestly is probably better practice to use a combination. Yeah, that's right. Once again, another little spot that I almost never go in.
Alert. Contact status 0 with land sea intercept ping. Possible anti-citizen 1 reinfection.
I think it's their only option with how some of the enemies had such specific methods for killing them. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, honestly, I don't want to shit on it, because I know lots of people love that game, and I know it is still a very good game. But the problems I had with the game, which is like let's just say the core design principles, a lot of the core design principles of the game led to that scenario where unfortunately they had to do things like that. Those, like, that style of tutorialization, and yeah, it was just due to the nature, purely the nature of the way that Eternal worked as a game.
Nova Prospect Stabilization Force Directive 2. Engage reserve. Contain exigent terrorists.
Get yourself out there. Do they just keep coming if I stand here? I forget. I have that funny feeling they just keep coming if I stand here. They want you to, like, go out and actually fight. Bastard. I'm killing my antlines. And me. Yeah, because like that's the thing is like if I don't remember super clearly or super I don't. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I played it, so I don't have a super strong memory of it. But Doom 2016, I don't remember ever popping up with a tutorial in your face. But that was because the way that Doom 2016 was designed was with like simplicity kind of was like part of its core design principle. They wanted the game to be simple, and they wanted it to be like you just you know, see an enemy, you shoot them with whatever you got. Like FPS design 101 basically. It was just a relatively mindless rip and tear. Yeah, no, this part of the game is really cool. I actually like it a lot. I was talking about this before, like, this is probably my favorite part of Nova Prospect, is, like, even though you're technically not in Nova Prospect yet, everything from getting the Antlion pod all the way to getting inside Nova Prospect, I love it. The infiltration of Nova Prospect is one of my favorite parts of Half-Life 2. Yeah, when you got the Antlion pods, and you're literally watching as Antlions like fly in and invade. Yeah, like seeing them flying in and taking over, super fun. Fly down there for me, please. No. There we go. But yeah, so what was I saying? Right. I'll just finish this rant because I've ranted about it enough now. But yeah, Doom 2016 didn't need any tutorials. I don't remember it having any, and it was because it's the way it was just like just raw classic FPS shoot 'em up gameplay, you know. But then Doom Eternal went like the complete opposite tack, where it's like this enemy is weak against this type of attack and is almost immune to these types of attacks, and so like and it's not always immediately obvious that that's the case. So every single new enemy had like an angle to it that without knowing that angle ahead of time, you were going to struggle with that enemy. And then every weapon had its like niche case that you were supposed to use it within. And so if you didn't know that niche case, or like the fact that in Doom 2016 when you would just glory kill enemies, you'd get resources back. But then in Doom Eternal, they made it so that, like, glory killing gives you health back, and then the, flamethrower killing gives you armor back, and then, chainsaw killing gives you ammo back, and the chainsaw works differently than it used to. Yeah, they had to suddenly, like, there was all these components working all very individually in individual ways, so they needed to communicate that somehow, and it was... I imagine what probably happened was that they just didn't tutorialize it at all at first. They probably went through the whole process of developing a Doom Eternal with the idea that you just learn it as you go. But then probably during playtesting, especially at the late phases, they realized that they've been ignoring the fact that users aren't intuitively figuring it out. They're just brute forcing a lot of the enemies. A lot of the gameplay, and so they had to do something. They had to like last minute be like, how are we going to tutorialize it? How are we going to fix this problem of people not understanding crucial mechanics? And they landed on just a box pop-up tutorial system, because that's usually box pop-up tutorial systems are usually tutorials designed at the very end of the process of development, where they just were like, what can we do that's cheap and quick and gets the message across in the most direct and effective way. And it is direct and effective, it's just not fun. Yeah, no, that's what I will say that as well. Like, the look of Dark Ages looks so different again to the previous games. So I really want to give it a try. I'm really curious. I'm fine with tutorials, I just hate ones that kind of drag it on. Right, yes. I do like RPG type tutorials where a character speaks it during battle or something, unless you can't skip the dialogue. Again, I'm not a huge fan of that type of tutorial either. Infamously, like, but you can go the opposite direction. You can fail an in-game tutorial, and one example of that would be, many people would say, even though I wouldn't say it's necessarily a failure, but an example of that kind of going the opposite direction, trying to tutorialize everything, but have it happen all in-game, would be what happened with Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 has an over 2-hour sequence at the very start of the game that is essentially one long tutorial, in-game tutorial. And so many players talk about that start of Kingdom Hearts 2 as being like gruelingly long and drawn out. Because you're not even playing as the main character. You're playing as a character that's going to be important, becomes important later on down the line. But yeah, there's this like long sequence at the start of the game where you're like earning money as this character who's this like kid who you don't know. And you're in this town that's like this, it's a beautiful town. It's a really nice area, but yeah, you're not like progressing. You're not making any progress in the story or in the overall game. You're just in one super long tutorial. And yeah, that's an example of another example of like a not very well made tutorial. I think Valve are the kings of tutorial. Portal being a perfect example of a game that is entirely tutorial. The whole game is just one giant tutorial. Yeah. Anyway, in 2016 was Shoot It Until It Dies. With Eternal, they tried to make it more of a puzzle resource management game, which I personally loved, but it needed complex rules that are much harder to explain. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, meanwhile, I prefer the just like, shoot it until it dies, but kind of, kind of shooter. I like a game that, I like games that just let you do what you want to do. That's why I like your Elden Ring, because you can play basically any kind of class. You can play your long range, you can play your glass cannon, you can play your berserker brute, like just has nothing but a club and naked, and you can still beat the whole game as those characters. I like games that give you the option to choose how you want to play it. I hate, like, that's why I love Elden Ring, and I'm probably not going to. I've bought it now, haven't played it, but I'm gonna play Sekiro on my own time. Probably not on camera, but Sekiro is like the opposite. See, same with Bloodborne. I see in RPGs, I like playing the mage. I like playing a magic character. Bloodborne, there basically is no magic build until you're like 2/3 of the way through the game. You can respec into a magic build like 2/3 of the way through the game, but even then, it's not an easy build to play. It takes a lot of sacrifices to play a magic build in Bloodborne, and there's not even any real ranged builds. It's entirely melee focused, and so I enjoyed the game, but I struggled, especially towards the end. I never even beat the final boss, and Sekiro, there's no variation almost at all. The game has a very specific way of playing, and I'm gonna give it a try, but I think I'm gonna suck at it. I'm gonna be horrible at it, because it's about parrying and basically blocking attacks and retaliating after blocking. And I've never played the Souls games in that way. You can play the regular Souls games that way, but I've never done it because I suck at repelling attacks. I usually play like either a tank build or a mage build. Either keep your distance and hit things really hard from a distance, or like take all the damage but just grind them down with something. That's usually my go-to playstyles. I like more open maps like this instead of strictly being linear as well. True. I've yet to play Doom Eternal, so I don't know much about it. 2016 was good though. Yeah, I like 2016 a lot. I liked it a lot. One of the guys who also thought Doom 3 was good too. Oh, okay. Never played Doom 3 myself. I've never played Doom 2 or 3. I played the original Doom, I played Doom 2016, and I played Doom Eternal. Doom the Dark Ages has made me better at parrying, lol. Parry window in Dark Ages is very good though, right. Yes, yep. Right, yep. Yeah, I'm keen to try that because it looks they already talked in the trailers and stuff. They talked about how Dark Ages is a bit slower paced. It's a bit more methodical in the way you play it, and there's I guess it keeps that strategy element from Eternal, I think, but it's much more like it's much less frantic, which I found Eternal to be a bit frantic for me. I found myself like constantly having to like think about every little detail moment to moment, and I struggled with that. Doom 2 was basically Doom 1 with more stuff. Yeah, I had her. I've since seen stuff about Doom 2. Very little movement, for example. Yes, yeah. That's just it. That's what I've heard, is like there isn't a dash, at least as far as I know. There isn't like grappling hooks and air dashes and stuff like that like you had in the originals. Yeah. So I'm very keen to try Dark Ages.
Nova Prospect Yard. The combat throughout the Nova Prospect Yard was largely inspired by our early observations of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. The antlions' high mobility and melee attacks paired well with the soldiers' range lethality and vulnerability up close. Antlions look great under fire, with particle effects flying everywhere, and when they finally reach a soldier, the resulting ragdoll effect is incredibly satisfying.
Yeah. Honestly, this level here, I've always loved it. While it's not like the first thing I think of when thinking of Half-Life 2, I always love seeing them flying over the barriers and attacking the guys on the guard posts. Such a satisfying visual. Oopsies. Damn it, I thought I got away from that. That's right, this is where those are increased. Okay, yep. Not a single bit of that exploit. What just hit me and did all that damage? Damn it, I missed my chance to watch it back. I know I wasn't exactly high health, but I didn't think I was that low. Bastard. Shooting underneath the awning. I've never bothered to try and fight it this early. Forget there's two of them. Pretty sure one of them was one rocket away. I loved. Ow. I love toying with them. Shit, I thought there was health around here. Now, where's this asshole over here? Go get him. Get him. That satisfying sound of roar.
Magic wall. Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished this fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit. A wall that just explodes after the second gunship is defeated, revealing the way forward. We reassured ourselves that most players wouldn't notice, as they'd be busy fighting the gunships, and our playtesting had shown that generally they all finished the fight before they reached this point. With enough explosions throughout the arena, the destroyed, burning wall felt pretty natural. So we threw in a couple of simple gas puzzles on the other side to justify it. But no, we're not exactly proud of it.
It's definitely, honestly, when I originally played the game, that bit did feel a little bit contrived. Like, there's a few moments like that in Half-Life 2 where I'm like, isn't that fucking convenient? And actually, things falling like that behind you as well often felt very, very convenient as well. But yeah, Nova Prospect. I think it was the gunship you had, like... Did I only have 20 HP? I thought or maybe it was the shotgunner. Maybe there was a shotgunner in there that insta-killed me. I thought I had a little bit more health than that, but yeah, whatever the case. Doom 3 was more dark and horror-oriented, which is likely why many Doom fans were turned away by it. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I know at the time my friends were big fans of horror stuff, and so I had plenty of friends who were really, really into Doom 3. Like, there's a couple of my friends who, like, for them, Doom 3 is their Doom game. It's like the Doom game for them that they really loved. I never really played it for whatever reason, even though I loved horror games at the time as well. Like, I'm a huge fan of Silent Hill and Resident Evil, but I never really played Doom 3 for some reason. For one reason or another, I just never got access to it. But I think in my looking back now and knowing what I know about the games, you know, as I know them now, I think I'm more of a fan of 2016 Doom than any other Doom content. 2016 Doom feels like Doom to me. Yeah. Just because I love so many of the choices that they made for Doom 2016, especially Mick Gordon's music. The way he like convinced them. At first they were going to do entirely like sci-fi music for Doom 2016, but he convinced them to bring back the guitar, and all the stuff about like sampling like chainsaw noises for the music, and just like the power fantasy of it all. Of it just like, at least at the time, they didn't mention a whole lot of the backstory stuff to do with how Doom Guy came to be. And so it was kind of just like that idea that's just like a dude who's just so angry he's able to completely destroy all the like demon shit. It's just through pure hate and anger he was able to overcome the hell menace. It's just a really satisfying concept. The gunships always piss you off. Yeah, that's the only part of that sequence I never really liked, was the gunships at the very end. It's fine, but it feels kind of anticlimactic, given the fact that you're like the whole way through you're battling enemies with the theropods, and then suddenly you're up against an enemy that's completely immune to the antlions. It feels kind of wrong to be the boss of that sequence. I don't know. Yeah, anyway. Doom 2016 was awesome in what Doom was always about, so I can't blame you there. That's just it. As it really felt like quintessential Doom for me.
The player has just completed 2 combat-heavy levels, so we wanted to slow things down once they got inside. These early levels were designed as a pacing change, allowing players to explore the layout of Nova Prospect's interiors. Along the way, we began to introduce the turret gameplay, first as an enemy to the player, and later as a tool they could use. Much of this level was built by reusing prototypes and art spaces created earlier in the project, when we were focused on shaping the look of Nova Prospect.
Yeah. No, I like this sequence as well. I like that I like the way this sequence works.
Turrets. Turrets were a useful design tool when the player had bug bait, as they could completely prevent antlions from approaching them head-on. This allowed us to create setups where the player couldn't just throw bug bait to proceed. They needed to circle around and clear the turrets so their antlions could follow. It didn't hurt that watching antlions get mowed down by turret fire was a great visual too.
Yeah. And they introduce it slowly. First of all, they show it shooting the antlions. And then, again, 2 turrets working together, them being knocked over. And that's how you disable them. The show, don't tell.
Nova Prospect process. Like Ravenholm, Nova Prospect was initially designed with significantly different gameplay than what ultimately shipped. The first version focused on player versus combine soldier combat, with no involvement of antlions. Unlike other areas of the game where gameplay and art evolved together, Nova Prospect received a large art push early on. This produced a set of reusable, polished sections of level geometry with art already applied. Assembling Nova Prospect from these pieces worked well, as the prison's layout was naturally repetitive. And then later, when we returned with antlions and bug bait, we had to repurpose the geometry to fit the new gameplay.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, no, it's interesting to me to hear that like Nova Prospect also was originally planned for a very different kind of gameplay. Also, I'm used to this one mod where there's a bull squid in here, so every time I get to this point, I'm like, oh, this is the bull squid part. Forgetting that bull squids don't exist in this game. And then once again, turrets. They've shown the turrets shooting at antlions. They've shown the turrets being knocked over by antlions. And then they bring you to a couple of turrets who, to be shot by them, you'd really have to try. And they, you know, you can now have a go at shooting them, knocking them over yourself before proceeding. So it's a real, like, they tutorialize these exceptionally well. Yeah, this whole sequence is very well laid out. And then they, okay. They have all sorts of things to remind you that, like, when it's applicable, that there's access, like there's roof access here, and that you know, it's dilapidated and breaking apart, so they're like, yeah. Oh right, yeah. I was like, where is that? Yeah, lots of like dilapidated sections to really hammer it on home that you know, it's falling apart, and therefore you have access to the likes of Vortigaunts, access to antlions to deal with your problems for you. Yeah. And this is where G-Man was before. I don't know why I bothered to go into those sections. I will say, though, there were a couple times I got to this point. I, you know, got through all this, knocked over the turrets, went up here, and then it was like looked around and somehow, like, went back down and was like, where the hell do I go? Not noticing that there's a path over here. There was at least a couple times where I got super confused at that point. And, yeah, and I just got, like, completely, not soft-logged, but you know what I mean. Oopsies. Sorry about that. I find it weird that also finding that turrets could never be destroyed. Quite a departure from Half-Life 1. Right, yes. Yes, very true. Very true. Yeah, I don't know, actually, either. I wonder if there's going to be a node that says something about that. Because that's a good point. In Half-Life 1, everything was, like, destroyable. The turrets, you shot at the turrets to break them. But you don't shoot at them in this one. They're completely invulnerable. I miss Hound Eyes and Bull Squids in Half-Life 2. Yeah, that when finding out like later on that they were in the early versions, they actually had like those sequence. There's that sequence. Originally the train was supposed to last way longer, and you were supposed to go through parts of the outskirts of City 17, and you were supposed to see Hound Eyes and Bull Squids in like the canals, and that the canals were supposed to have Bull Squids and Hound Eyes in them. Alien General Zen mess is first of all really fascinating, and second of all, yeah, I miss it. It's sad. Yeah, they're in the Half-Life 2 leak, and there's a community of people who prefer that earlier iteration better than the final retail version. Yeah. Try to refrain from calling it a beta because, well, technically it was leaked in 2003 before the game was released. Yes. Yeah, they are leaks. The 2003 leak is what we should call it. I always found indestructible turrets slightly unsatisfying. Yeah, same. If they exploded when you knocked them over, that would be more fun. But I think that the idea is they want it to be reusable because they want the player to use it later on. They want them to be like you can stand them back up and then have them shoot again. Yeah. Hound Eyes is the most likely going to be Making a comeback in HLX. Oh, actually, I feel like I heard something about that. Me too, but the real reason why is because Valve basically wants you to pick. Yeah. State of the obvious, yeah. But yeah, no, I was really glad to see. I was really glad to see Zen stuff make a comeback in Half-Life Alyx. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Went straight through it. That's alright. Ow. Well, that was fast. Yeah, having broken roofs so you can see the antlions coming through to remind you that, like, you can use antlions in here. Excellently done. I'm kind of surprised there's no nodes around here for the boss. This is quite an interesting sequence where, you know, like, you get to see it before you get to it. Previously, you saw antlions fighting combines in here. That's right. This fucking door is barricaded, but then it opens outwards. So silly. Oh, dear. Yeah, and them showing you antlions coming through the floors and stuff like that. Just to be like, hey, yes, antlions, you can use them. You should use them here. And that they have a place where they'll respawn from.
Allied antlions. Having an endlessly respawning antlion army attacking turrets and soldiers meant we had to spend time figuring out the player's role in Nova Prospect combat. The player had already faced plenty of Combine soldiers, so we decided to make combat here feel more like a puzzle and a spectacle instead of a combat challenge. With that in mind, we created setups that remained in a steady state until the player intervened. By directly killing enemies, the player could tip the balance in favor of the antlions, but we wanted to make bug bait usage especially rewarding. In many scenarios, when the player threw bug bait onto enemies, we activated additional antlion spawners, unleashing a rapid rush of new antlions into the fight. The resulting carnage was the reward that made bug bait satisfying to use.
And the fact they deal with man hacks as well, very nice. Very nice. And they distract man hacks as well. You can't shoot me through the bulletproof glass.
Ragdoll Vortigaunt. There's a lot of pain to see in this dead Vortigaunt, pain of our level designers. At the time, our development tools didn't allow us to directly pose a ragdoll, which is to say, when an NPC dies and it systemically ragdolls to the ground, we didn't have any control over what pose it ended up in. If we'd had some animator time, they could have given us a single frame animation and roughly the pose we wanted, but we were late and our small animation team was already overloaded. So a level designer positioned the Vortigaunt above the chair, told it to die as the level loaded, and waited to see what pose the ragdoll settled into. Then the designer moved the Vortigaunt slightly and tried again. We can't remember exactly how many attempts it took, but it was way more than you'd think.
No, I can tell that. Because, yeah, getting ragdolls to behave at all is super
Laser
rough.
mines. We really enjoyed bringing these laser trip mines into Nova Prospect. They were a weapon from Half-Life 1 we hadn't managed to include in Half-Life 2, but at least they found a place as a puzzle element. We liked how they served as a kind of personal morality test when the player had an antlion army. Some players immediately threw bug bait past the trip mines, sending antlion bodies at the problem, while others had their little buddies back until they'd safely removed the trip mines with other tools. We didn't judge.
You just had a good opportunity right there to judge me. I just throw my antlines at it. I don't think I've ever bothered to go in here. Oh, and once again another crossbow. For some reason, my favorite Half-Life enemy is the Hound Eye. Right. That's kind of a double-edged sword. You can shoot down enemies with it, but you can also shoot you. Yeah. I would shoot deflating balloons. Well, manages to make terrifying yet cute enemies. Like the Airline Guard, even, despite its intimidating charges. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, true. I must have gone in there at some point, because I have all the... I managed to get all the thingies. Must have at some point. Lemon-headed fish. Yeah. SMH. Just letting it play out. I was gonna say, that's interesting. Normally it breaks relatively straight away, but I guess because it kept moving, because it was unstable, it took longer. Come to me, my babies. My infinitely respawning babies. I do find it interesting, the idea that there's like squads of antlions. I've got my squad, but then there are... That first one went through without detonating the bomb.
E2 Prison 04. Throughout development, our artists created small vertical slices of environments, which we called art zoos. These zoos laid out how to use textures and props to create gameplay spaces that achieved our visual goals. However, when building the prison's gameplay track, the repetitive layout allowed us to use the art more directly. This map was initially built as the primary art zoo for Nova Prospect, but after being used to test various gameplay prototypes, including those that eventually led to Bugbait, it became part of the actual level architecture.
Interesting. Damn it. I was like, I could use the barrel rather than having to throw a grenade. Come deal with these for me. Thank you. Come on. Come deal with this dude. I do love them running down the corridors. Okay. I do love seeing them like running down the corridors at the Combine. The way they run down these, they're like running animations, super satisfying. That running animation. Come on, go, 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 go. Get him, get him. I love this Breen speech. This is probably my favorite Breen speech.
Is by all standards simply an ordinary man. How can you have failed to apprehend? They will have to earn the privilege. I'm sure I don't have to remind you that the alternative, if you can
Looks like a
call it
PC
that,
fan.
is total extinction. In union with all the other unworthy branches of the species.
Oh, Bugbaits can't, but the antlions.
I have done my best to convince our benefactors that you are the finest the species has to offer. So far, they have accepted my argument.
The new
but
enemy.
without concrete evidence to back it up. My words sound increasingly hollow even to me. The burden of proof is on you, as is the consequence. I'll just leave it at that.
I think it's about to reset.
To say a few
Here it
words
is.
to the transhuman arm of Sector 17. Recent successes in containing members of the Resistance science team. Let me say up front that I regret having to temper my heartfelt congratulations with a strong measure of disappointment. I wouldn't be doing my duty as your administrator if I didn't pass along the message I have received from our benefactors. The capture of Eli Vance is an event of major significance, make no mistake. And while it's true that conceivably we could have taken him at almost any time in the last several years, the manner of his capture may prove to have unexpected benefits. It cannot have gone unnoticed by all Resistance members that Dr. Vance's capture coincided with the act of giving shelter to Gordon Freeman. This might cause other Resistance members to think twice before harboring Dr. Freeman. It might cause them to question his allegiance, even prompt some to turn him out or turn him over to our cause. However, we cannot count on such developments. Dr. Freeman's reputation is such that other desperate renegades are likely to grant him a great deal of license in the spirit of spreading general chaos and terror. This brings me to the one note of disappointment I must echo from our benefactors. Obviously, I am not on the ground to closely command or second-guess the dedicated forces of the Overwatch. But this does not mean I can shirk responsibility for recent lapses and even outright failures on their part. I have been severely questioned about these shortcomings, and now I must put the question to you. How could one man have slipped through your force's fingers
Time and time again.
How is it possible? This is not some agent provocateur or highly trained assassin we are discussing. Gordon Freeman is a theoretical physicist who had hardly earned the distinction of his PhD at the time of the Black Mesa incident. I have good reason to believe that in the intervening years, he was in a state that precluded further development of covert skills. The man you have consistently failed to slow, let alone capture, is by all standards simply that, an ordinary man. How can you have failed to apprehend him? Well, I will leave the upbraiding.
Yeah, anyway. But, so I love that idea that he's so mad. He's like, how have you failed to capture this dude? He's just a dude. he's not even like an army man or a combat specialist. He's a freaking theoretical physicist. Oh, I like how you can see the nodes as well. That's funny. Yeah. He's a scientist, a theoretical physicist.
D2 Prison 05 start. With the player able to move a large number of objects, we often ran into challenges, especially given the limitations of 2003's CPUs. One limitation was that our AI navigation system wasn't aware of dynamic physics objects, like these metal beds. While our NPC movement system could detect and avoid physics objects while moving, they were essentially invisible during navigation queries for strategic planning before movement. This was primarily due to performance limitations. We couldn't afford anything more complex. We also faced design challenges without clear solutions, like how a soldier should respond if a player completely blocked a corridor with large physics objects. To address this, we gave NPCs additional strength to push physics objects around. We then mitigated the issue through level design, widening corridors and ensuring enough empty space to handle props landing anywhere within them. This setup is a high-risk one. The combination of soldiers hiding behind beds and antlions charging for melee attacks creates a good chance of awkward interactions between the NPC movement system and the beds.
Yeah. That's another thing that is frequently not talked about, is the limitations that CPUs and GPUs had at the time.
Laundry. By the time the player reaches this level, known as Laundry, we're confident they're comfortable using bug bait to solve combat scenarios. So, we wanted to raise the stakes a bit by creating a scenario that encourages the player to get even more involved, combining bug bait with their full set of weapons.
Yeah, that's a cool sequence. I enjoyed that sequence a lot. I thought you could break those windows, though, for some reason. In my head, you can break them. Also, there's some secret stuff in here. And one of the mods I used to play, you could get up there as well. Oh shit, oh, there's a node in here.
Zombie. This poison zombie was always a highlight in playtests. Players so focused on Combine soldiers, antlions, and turrets hadn't seen a poison zombie in quite some time.
Yeah.
So its sudden appearance in the dark often created a moment of shock.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting there to be a node back there. Breen's a little pissed. I'm not sure if you ever noticed this already, or if you ever asked already, but the game is now using a new font. Oh, right. No, I noticed, I did notice that, like, the menus and stuff definitely use new fonts. When they updated the 20th anniversary version, they updated all the UI font stuff. I can't say if these ones, if like the ones for the HUD and stuff are different, I can't say I've noticed that. But that would make sense, yeah. Low res camera quality node, yeah. That's something that's always, it frustrated the hell out of me when trying to make full Unity, because I wanted that sequence where you could see the portal gun getting placed back on its pedestal in the level where you first got the portal gun. But the camera quality on those systems is so low that I couldn't get the fidelity I was looking for. Actually, that's right. This sequence, you can go through this whole sequence without having any of the kitchen catch fire.
Kitchen. It's a well-known custom among game developers that all video game kitchens must feature a gas explosion.
But if I'm careful and I go like this, it doesn't explode. Now, if I go back through again, how do you trigger it again? There we go. Normally that just gets triggered automatically without you really trying, but you can do it without triggering it if you're careful. Oh, I've run out of grenades, I see. I'm going to the end of Nova Prospect, by the way. If people didn't guess already, I'm just planning to finish Nova Prospect, and then we'll call it for today. Oops.
One-way drops. Players never know what's ahead of them, but they're familiar with what's behind them. So it's
when I say
for
no
them
prospect, I mean the prison. This
when
prison
they
part.
encounter an enemy. If we've built an arena where we want the player to engage, especially for an enemy with specific geometry requirements, like the Antlion Guard, we need a way to prevent that retreat. A common solution is to require the player to enter the arena through a one-way drop, something you've likely noticed a few times already.
Yes, that's quite a common trope in video games. But can't you exit it immediately? Yeah. See you guys. Oh dear. And that's it. That's Nova Prospect. Well, that's the part of the game that I think of as being Nova Prospect. I know technically it continues down here, but yeah, entanglement. This part of the game is technically still Nova Prospect, but I don't think of it as being Nova Prospect. So I'm gonna save it here, and we'll leave it here. We'll pick it up here next time. Again, I don't know if we're gonna finish it in one more stream. It might end up having to be two. Here's one man, but he does have the suit. True, but it is just a hazardous environment suit. It's not a combat suit. Oh dear. I only realized the new font when I booted up Portal 1. Right, yes, yeah. That's why Gordon no die. There's a reason why I played first Half-Life 2 on original Xbox. Yes, 100%. The GPU, CPU thing. Our computer was so shit at the time when this came out. I didn't get to play Half-Life 2 until I got it on PlayStation 3 when they released the orange box. That's why I was so excited for the orange box, because not only had I never played Half-Life 2 prior to that point, but when I was like super excited when the orange box was coming out that I was going to get to play Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2 all at once. I was like so excited for it. And then I saw this other game on the orange box that I didn't really know anything about called Portal. And when I saw the freaking trailer for that, I stopped care. I was like, I don't care about Half-Life 2 anymore. Portal. It was like, holy shit, this game looks cool. Something Half-Life 2 that has a new font. Oh, well, sort of updated to be up to date with Half-Life 2's anniversary update. Right. Yeah. So it's pretty easy to miss if you don't pay attention to detail. Right. I definitely noticed that all of this fonts on the menus were new. I just didn't know if it bled into anywhere else. 6-hour stream. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. It's probably just the menu has changed slightly because the way that they seem to have changed the way the menus load. Dark Ages has a special objective marker for one-way drops, which is nice. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that is good. I've always hated it in games when there's a one-way drop that you can't, especially if you can't tell it's coming. Like you walk into something and then suddenly the door closes behind you or rocks fall down or something happens and you can't go back. Hated that. Spoiler, this is exactly where Half-Life 2 RTX ends? Really? That's funny. Street Wars and Citadel, right? Street Wars is long, but not 4 hours. Yeah, it's the rest of this chapter, which I guess isn't that long. Then there's the Street Wars, which is longer than you think. Street Wars is pretty long. But then there's, of course, the Citadel stuff, and then the final boss. Maybe we could do it. Maybe it should probably be one more. But it might be a long stream, that's all. It might end up being like like as Bup said, might end up being like a 6-hour stream. But this should hopefully we can do it in one. Yeah, if we do this again, not quit. If we go return to main menu, and go new game. So yeah, we did Black Mesa East. We don't go to Ravenholm, Highway 17, Sand Traps, and Nova Prospect. So there's Entanglement. Yeah, there's chapters. Yeah, 9A, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So yeah, we the first stream it was 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this one was 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And then we got the rest of 9. 10, 11. Yeah, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. It was like 4, 5, and then we've got another 4 to go. So yeah, probably should be doable in one stream. Do you think Half-Life 3's suit will be more geared towards combat? I'm not sure, honestly. I don't really know what to expect at all with the next Half-Life game, honestly. Then Team Fortress 2. Yes, Team Fortress 2 as well. I was like super excited for that. When I was a kid, I thought Gary's Mod was bundled with the orange box. Well, I learned about Gary's Mod not that long after I learned about Half-Life 2. Like I remember learning about Gary's Mod while I was also wanting to play Half-Life 2, and I was so excited to play that as well. But I didn't get to play it until I finally got, there was no PlayStation version of it. So when I finally got a PC that was capable of, or a laptop that was capable of running Half-Life 2, I remember one of the very first things I purchased on that laptop was not Gary's Mod, but CS Source, Counter-Strike Source, because Counter-Strike Source was required in order to play the mod version of Gmod 9. Or was it 8? Gmod 8. Whatever was the last one before they released it on Steam. The italic subtitles also don't work when they should. Oh, I didn't notice that. You're right. I assume they just fixed the UI menu scale since in Portal 1 it was tiny. Right. I see. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, Valve left a lot of things semi-broken for a long time. You should totally just do entanglement in the stream. Yeah, it's already 12:40, so I gotta go. I'm gonna go have my food. I gotta go eat. I remember that too. The purple black checkerboard, missing textures and errors. Yeah, well, I remember. I always remember. They broke. What was it? Was it like blinking or something? They broke some eye technology with one of the updates, and that was broken like that for super long. And then they broke. What else did they break? There was a few things they broke. I mean, there was the gunships not shooting, the dropships, sorry, not shooting at you. Wins the Half-Life Source stream. Do I say this? I was gonna say, I will not willingly play Half-Life Source on this channel ever. Yeah, rip Half-Life Source after it being delisted. Yeah, exactly. It shows you what Valve thinks of their own monstrosity, that they delisted it. It was a comparison between the 2004 version and the current Steam version, which had the missing blinking. I think it was broke from the Steam Pipe update. Yes, that's it. I remember that. First of all, Steam Pipe broke so much stuff. Oh, hey Fredbear. Yeah, you missed the whole stream. I was just finishing up. I was just wrapping up. Sorry about that. But there's now 4 hours of developer commentary that you can go back and watch. Half-Life Source is the best because of the floating scientist above the chair trust. Yeah, it's good. It's going good. We just got one more stream before we finish the entirety of the developer commentary. And then there's a few games that have come out. I don't know which one I'm going to play first. There's a few games that have come out since I last properly streamed that, I mean, there's a ton of games I've been meaning to play. But there's also a bunch of new games that came out semi-recently that I've also been meaning to play that I haven't got around to yet. And, like, the Deltarune stuff, I haven't played that yet either. I want to record it, though, and then do videos of that rather than stream it because of all the voices and stuff. I'm afraid of getting spoilers. To think in maybe 2 years we'll have a Portal 1 20th anniversary. Yeah. Yeah. Like, holy crap, it's only 2 years away. Holy crap. Portal 1 is 20 years old in 2 years. Portal 1 is legal. Portal 1 is 18 years old. And probs TF2. I suppose it's more of an Orange Box anniversary. Yeah, yeah. Oh dear. That's messed up. Messed up that it's that old. Did you hear about the TF2 upcoming update by chance? I think someone mentioned that one was happening, but I don't know what it is. Ah, MVM getting new maps. Ah. So this, we've got, what I've got open at the moment is Half-Life 2. But after we finish the developer commentary, I know I want to play Deltarune, chapters 3 and 4. There's games like, I still haven't played frickin' Help Wanted 2, Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. I haven't played Night Rain, Secret of the Mimic, Death Stranding 2. Oh, so many games, so little time. Yeah, it is. That's the thing, is I think they've really had a change of heart recently, where it's like, yeah, for the 20th anniversary, they like go back and they've fixed up their games, bugs and stuff. And they really seemingly care about how their games are being perceived in the modern era. It's nice because they went for a long time not really caring that much, but they've really changed their tune and have turned around and they're looking back at old stuff and revisiting them, which is really nice. It's really nice. Yeah, see, same deal with TF2. They kind of forgot about a lot of the stuff that was in TF2, and they're returning to it now. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, I was reading the chat. That was actually 10 years old or something. It's crazy. Yeah, that's that too. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. The first one came out in 2014. It's 11 years old this year. Yeah, very soon gonna have its 11th anniversary. They fixed the bot issue, mostly in TF2. Right. Yeah, perhaps some good things to come for TF2. And I'm super excited for what they release next in terms of, HLX. I'm so curious as to what it's going to be. What it's going to look like. How it's going to play. Yes, I read about that. I heard about that. Well, not read. I saw videos about that. TF2 SDK. Or basically allowed people now to use the... It's not even the SDKs, it's a source code. So, I mean, the SDK is part of it. But, so yeah, people can actually make full modifications now for Team Fortress 2. Yes. The more I think about, 20th anniversaries of games I love, especially games that didn't come out when I was a kid, or, they came out when I was, a teenager, and now they're having 20-year anniversaries. I'm just like, scary. Oh god, I'm 31. That's, what a bummer. Yeah. No, I didn't play it in 2014. I didn't see much about Five Nights at Freddy's until 2015. 2015, I was working, and my friend asked me if I'd heard anything about Five Nights at Freddy's. And while I was bored at work, I started looking up stuff about Five Nights at Freddy's, and that's actually the reason why I came to do YouTube, was that I was looking at YouTube stuff about Five Nights at Freddy's, and I came across, your Jacksepticeye, your Markiplier, your Game Theory. Game Theory was the first one. I was looking at FNAF stuff, and I came across Game Theory videos where they were talking about stuff. And then early on, I came across the live stream where they were talking about FNAF 4. There was that stream where... Was it FNAF 4? Yeah. They were talking about... I think it was FNAF 4. Yeah. I think it was around FNAF 4 was when I properly started watching YouTube stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Fire Range is back for Black Ops 6. Right. Yeah. So yeah, 2015 was when I first started working. That was when I just come out of university and I just started working. Anchor, you're 25? Ah, yeah. So yeah, you're Mark's age. So yeah, that you're one of those people born on the millennium. So it's nice and easy to calculate your age because it's just whatever year it currently is. It's 2025, then you're 25. That's nice. Yeah, for those who are not aware, my partner's name is Mark, and he's 25. He was born on the 1000. It's on the 2000, so yeah. So that makes it super easy to figure out your birth date. Yeah. No, it's Corey Kenshin. Oh, I used to watch Corey Kenshin all the time back in the day. It's been a long time since I've seen anything Corey Kenshin, but just maybe the 50th anniversary. Yeah, there's some gamers out there who are, you know, handling 50th anniversaries. Wait, how old is Doom? Oh, it's like 1993, isn't it? So it's not quite. How old is Tetris? '85. So it's what? Yeah, not quite. There's no gamer that's quite celebrating a 50th anniversary yet, but there are gamers who are celebrating 40th anniversaries. Yikes. Yeah. Anyway, I've rambled enough. But yeah, so we'll have one more stream of Half-Life 2 in the very near future, and then and we'll finish off the developer commentary. I heard Tetris for a second there. You did indeed hear Tetris. I was looking up when they first released Tetris to see if there's a possibility that someone's having a 50th anniversary of gaming, and no, not quite. 40th, yes. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, Half-Life 2. Finishing off Half-Life 2 developer commentary very soon, and then after that we've got some more games, stuff that I want to play before the end of the holidays, so I can get so I want to get some stuff out of the way now while I have the my chance, and then we'll see how it goes next term. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me. I'll catch you all in the next stream. It's Friday today, so I'm hoping to stream tomorrow, but I can't guarantee it. But if not tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow, I'll stream again. So yeah, I'll see you guys then. Hope to see more Half-Life 2. Good day, my lord. Hope to see more Half-Life 2 stuff and other FPS stuff in your next stream. Yeah. We're finishing off Half-Life 2, and then there's more. There is more developer commentary stuff that I want to do as well. I never did do TF2 or Left 4 Dead developer commentary, so maybe. Anyway, yeah. See you guys. I'm gonna go eat something. Bye. Until next time. Oh, wrong buttons. These buttons.